The Sacco rebranded from the Chika Rural Sacco to NRS Sacco, signaling a broader vision for a regional integration. We moved our head office from Deri to Kikuyu, a broader area with immense growth potential. This marked the beginning of our transformation into a formidable player in the Kenyan financial sector. This period also saw the Sacco embrace technology advancement, such as an upgrade of our mobile banking and implementation of a stable system and service delivery. Recognizing the potential of technology to revolutionize our services, the Sacco has invested heavily in digital infrastructure and innovation. This has seen the launch of NRS mobile banking services, an introduction of mobile lending, and the launch of our member portal to members, easy access to information, and accessibility of money when they need it at all times. The Sacco's commitment to grow so has launched the third strategic plan, 2022 to 2026, aiming to elevate from a Tier 2 to a Tier 4 Sacco by 2026. As such, our fifth branch was opened in Dagoretti. This transformative implementation has enabled the Sacco to diversify its offering across corporate, small-medium enterprises, and individual sector, while also increasing our product line to not only offer savings and loan products, but also bank assurance, investments, fixed deposit, and also safe deposit services. Today, you can send money from abroad through SendWave, Lemfi, Wapi, and TapTap from anywhere in the world through a partnership with Cooperative Bank. We are also excited to say our housing subsidiary, Unique Prime Housing, that was launched last year, has continued to increase its membership and will soon launch its first housing project where you, as a member, will move from paying rent to owning a house or earning rental income as an investor. The house comes complete in a gated community, hence security, utility, and all common amenities are already sorted out for you. The Sacco continues to launch new products and services to promote financial inclusion. One of our key initiatives during this period is to introduce a new branch that will allow the Sacco to reach more communities, especially the impact, for example, chamas, the youth, boda driver, and mamboga, to name but a few. NRSDT Sacco financial trajectory over the decades reflects strategic planning and operational excellence. In 2024, the Sacco marked an asset base of 819 million, a 19% growth, 572 million in deposit, a growth of 15%, and loan and advances to members, so an increased growth of 20%, reaching 554 million from 2023. Irrespective of the macroeconomic challenges that we face in Kenya, these figures not only highlight NRSDT Sacco financial health, but also show cases of our strategic focus and commitment to financial sustainability and our ability to effectively adapt to the market dynamics while expanding our role in providing credit facilities to various sectors. Our diversified products and services include but are not limited to asset finance, where you can own a car, house, or land and have the title or the logbook as security. What's more, you can make flexible repayment of up to 60 months without the fear that your repayment will change along the line. We have seen our members grow from nothing to owning business. We all know business is very volatile, especially now when people's disposable income has reduced due to taxes, high cost of living, among other expenses, some of which are beyond our control. That's where we come in. Get finance to purchase movable and immovable machinery, working capital for purchases, checkbook for payments, reducing your transactional costs. And all this is possible through you as a member having a business account. Did you know that our Mjengo loan has a grace period of 3 months? This enables you to have an easier time when undertaking construction, be it for own occupation or rental income. And because we tailor-make our products for you, get finance to construct permanent, semi-permanent, home improvement, and also partial completion of any construction, as we are here because of you. Get short-term financing and pay in 2, 3, 6, or 12 months and sort out your emergencies, school fees, or any other unplanned expenses, not forgetting that you can borrow money and go for holiday, both local and international, through our partnership with Bountiful Safaris. Struggling with claims is a thing of the past. At NRS Sacco, not only do we help you get the best motor vehicle insurance, but also facilitate the claim whenever it falls due. We also have comprehensive medical insurance, education and life policies, to name but a few.
My name is Geoffrey Kuria, and I am a teacher by profession. I am one of the directors of this school, New Hill Vision School, located at Mukui, near ACK St. Matthew. I am also one of the directors of NRS Sacco, having been elected as a representative of Wangigi in the Sacco. It's a long time. I've been a member there for many years. I learned about it when I was at Wangigi through a friend, and I did not hesitate. I joined the Sacco immediately, and I'm sure of myself that this Sacco has taken me big strides, which I'm sure I'll explain later on. Before I joined the Sacco, I had a big challenge when it came to finances. I was not able to invest. I did not even have a home of my own. So once I was told about NRS Sacco, I knew the challenges I was facing would come to an end one day. It has impacted in my life very, very positively. One, today I have a home which I have built from the loans that I've got from NRS. I also have a number of vehicles in this school which I've bought through the loans that I've got from NRS Sacco. And so I can say majorly over 80% of what I have today comes from NRS Sacco. They have been very, very positive when it came to asking for loans for development, and they have always given us in good time, given me in good time. So myself and my family, we are very grateful that wherever we are today, it is because of NRS Sacco. Anyone who has not joined our Sacco outside there, I can tell you for free, you are losing a lot. Come join this particular Sacco for any loan that you would want. May it development, may it be asset finance, may it be Kilimo. All these packages are very good, and I'm very sure in the next 2, 3, or 4 years, you will not find yourself where you are today. NRS Sacco will take you a big stride, and I'm sure that your dream will be realized in this particular Sacco.
Mimi naitwa Haran Parse, nafanya kazi ya taxi hapa Kikuu Town, na mimi ni member wa NRS Sacco. NRS nilipata kujua, rafiki yangu ndiye alinieleza kuhusu NRS Sacco, kaniambia vile alikuwa anapitia changamoto za pesa. Kwa hivyo akaniambia kuna mahali inaitwa NRS Sacco, tunaweza enda hapo nijiandikishe niwe nakopa pesa kupitia NRS. Nilikuwa na changamoto nyingi sana, nilikuwa na changamoto zangu binafsi. Nilikuwa na saa zingine nataka school fees, kulipia watoto school fees, ikawa siwezi. Nilikuwa nataka madeni saa zingine, ikawa siwezi. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kujimudu kimaisha yangu imebadilika kabisa. Manake mbeleni nilikuwa chini sana, lakini kwa sasa kutoka nijiunge na NRS, naenda huko nakopa school fees, nakopa gari, na nunua ploti. Ni mambo mengi imenifaidi sana. Manake pale nilikuwa pale mwanzo sio pale niko sahi. Mimi naweza kuhimiza wowote ule memba ambaye hajajiunga na NRS Sacco ajaribu ajiunge na NRS Sacco. Manake ina mafanikio. Ina mafanikio mengi. Utanunua mali, utalipa school fees na mambo mengine mengi ambaye changamoto ya aina fulani ile inahusu pesa, NRS inaweza kusaidia sana.
Kwa majina naitwa Joshua Mukaria, nafanya kazi ya grocery. Ilikuwa tu kwa kibanda yangu vile nauza, nikapata watu wa NRS Sacco wakakuja kwa biashara yangu, wakaniuliza kama naweza taka kujiunga na NRS Sacco sababu itanibadilishia maisha yangu. Kabla sijajiunga na NRS Sacco, nilikuwa napitia mambo ngumu sana sababu nilikuwa nafika pahali saa ingine nakosa pesa ya biashara, lakini bila nilipojiunga na NRS Sacco, saa hii mambo yangu iko sawa, imebadilika sababu wameniinua, wamenibadilishia maisha yangu sana. Yamebadilika sababu saa hii nikihitaji pesa ya kazi, naenda nachukua, naenda naweka kwa biashara yangu na nainuka. Mtu anayetaka kujiunga na NRS Sacco, naweza mwambia hivi, akijiunga ajue maisha yake imebadilika sababu wanainua watu kwa biashara, maisha ya sisi vijana wandogo, wanatubadilisha, wanatupia pesa za kazi, unalipa, hawakimbizi mtu kulipa, unalipa polepole. Na sisi wandogo tukijiunga na NRS Sacco, tunabadilisha maisha yetu. Tunakuwa na maono ya kujionea mbali. Sababu kama mimi saa hii mahali nimefika, ukweli wamenibadilishia maisha. Mahali nimefika sikuitarajia kama naweza fika, lakini wamenifikisha sababu ya vile wanatupea pesa, tunalipa na interest kidogo, hawatukimbizi.
Welcome to the NRS DT Sacco journey. From humble beginnings in 1993, serving milk farmers to become one of the leading financial institutions in Kenya, we have come a long way. We started with basic services like savings account and loans, and today we proudly serve over 12,000 loyal members. Our mission? Simple yet profound, providing accessible financial solutions to all Kenyans, gaining a reputation for reliability and customer centricity. We celebrate you for taking this journey with us, and that has enabled us to create these milestones that has brought us where we are today. Starting with the first branch in Dairy, the Sacco expanded to Wangige, Kikuyu, and Kino. Our mission is simple yet profound, to provide accessible financial institutions to our members, be it business, farmers, groups, individuals, or employees. All Kenyans are welcome to join us, irrespective of their race, ethnicity, or religion. By offering savings, loans, investment, and financial advisory services to our members, we have laid a solid foundation for future growth. The Sacco rebranded from the Chika Rural Sacco to NRS Sacco, signaling a broader vision for a regional integration. We moved our head office from Dairy to Kikuyu, a broader area with immense growth potential. This marked the beginning of our transformation into a formidable player in the Kenyan financial sector. This period also saw the Sacco embrace technology advancement, such as an upgrade of our mobile banking and implementation of a stable system and service delivery. Recognizing the potential of technology to revolutionize our services, the Sacco has invested heavily in digital infrastructure and innovation. This has seen the launch of NRS mobile banking services, an introduction of mobile lending, and the launch of our member portal to members, easy access to information, and accessibility of money when they need it at all times. The Sacco's commitment to grow so has launched the third strategic plan, 2022 to 2026, aiming to elevate from a Tier 2 to a Tier 4 Sacco by 2026. As such, our fifth branch was opened in Dagoretti. This transformative implementation has enabled the Sacco to diversify its offering across corporate, small medium enterprises, and individual sector, while also increasing our product line to not only offer savings and loan products, but also bank assurance, investments, fixed deposit, and also safe deposit services. Today, you can send money from abroad through SendWave, Lemphi, Wapi, and TapTap from anywhere in the world through a partnership with Cooperative Bank. We are also excited to say our housing subsidiary, Unique Prime Housing, that was launched last year, has continued to increase its membership and will soon launch its first housing project where you, as a member, will move from paying rent to owning a house or earning rental income as an investor. The house comes complete in a gated community, hence security, utility, and all common amenities are already sorted out for you. The Sacco continues to launch new products and services to promote financial inclusion. One of our key initiatives during this period is to introduce a new branch that will allow the Sacco to reach more communities, especially the impact, for example, chamas, the youth, boda driver, and mamboga, to name but a few. NRS Sacco financial trajectory over the decades reflects strategic planning and operational excellence. In 2024, the Sacco marked an asset base of 819 million, a 19% growth, 572 million in deposit, a growth of 15%, and loan and advances to members, so an increased growth of 20%, reaching 554 million from 2023. Irrespective of the macroeconomic challenges that we face in Kenya, these figures not only highlight NRS Sacco financial health, but also show cases of our strategic focus and commitment to financial sustainability and our ability to effectively adapt to the market dynamics while expanding our role in providing credit facilities to various sectors. Our diversified products and services include but are not limited to asset finance, where you can own a car, house, or land and have the title or the logbook as security. What's more, you can make flexible repayment of up to 60 months without the fear that your repayment will change along the line. We have seen our members grow from nothing to owning business. We all know business is very volatile, especially now when people's disposable income has reduced due to taxes, high cost of living, among other expenses, some of which are beyond our control. That's where we come in. Get finance to purchase movable and immovable machinery, working capital for purchases, checkbook for payments, reducing your transactional costs. And all this is possible through you as a member having a business account. Did you know that our Mjengo loan has a grace period of 3 months? This enables you to have an easier time when undertaking construction, be it for own occupation or rental income. And because we tailor-make our products for you, get finance to construct permanent, semi-permanent, home improvement, and also partial completion of any construction, as we are here because of you. Get short-term financing and pay in 2, 3, 6, or 12 months and sort out your emergencies, school fees, or any other unplanned expenses. Not forgetting that you can borrow money and go for holiday, both local and international, through our partnership with Bountiful Safaris. Struggling with claims is a thing of the past. At NRS Sacco, not only do we help you get the best motor vehicle insurance, but also facilitate the claim whenever it falls due. We also have comprehensive medical insurance, education and life policies, to name but a few.
My name is Geoffrey Kuria, and I am a teacher by profession. I am one of the directors of this school, New Hill Vision School, located at Mukui, near ACK St. Matthew. I am also one of the directors of NRS Sacco, having been elected as a representative of Wangigi in the Sacco. It's a long time. I've been a member there for many years. I learned about it when I was at Wangigi through a friend, and I did not hesitate. I joined the Sacco immediately, and I'm sure of myself that this Sacco has taken me big strides, which I'm sure I'll explain later on. Before I joined the Sacco, I had a big challenge when it came to finances. I was not able to invest. I did not even have a home of my own. So once I was told about NRS Sacco, I knew the challenges I was facing would come to an end one day. It has impacted in my life very, very positively. One, today I have a home which I have built from the loans that I've got from NRS. I also have a number of vehicles in this school which I've bought through the loans that I've got from NRS Sacco. And so I can say majorly over 80% of what I have today comes from NRS Sacco. They have been very, very positive when it came to asking for loans for development, and they have always given us in good time, given me in good time. So myself and my family, we are very grateful that wherever we are today, it is because of NRS Sacco. Anyone who has not joined our Sacco outside there, I can tell you for free, you are losing a lot. Come join this particular Sacco for any loan that you would want, may it development, may it be asset finance, may it be Kilimo. All these packages are very good, and I'm very sure in the next 2, 3, or 4 years, you will not find yourself where you are today. NRS Sacco will take you a big stride, and I'm sure that your dream will be realized in this particular Sacco.
Mimi naitwa Chairperson, nafanya kazi ya taxi hapa Kikuu Town, na mimi ni member wa NRS Sacco. NRS nilipata kujua, rafiki yangu ndiye alinieleza kuhusu NRS Sacco, kaniambia vile alikuwa anapitia changamoto za pesa. Kwa hivyo akaniambia kuna mahali inaitwa NRS Sacco, tunaweza enda hapo nijiandikishe niwe nakopa pesa kupitia NRS. Nilikuwa na changamoto nyingi sana, nilikuwa na changamoto zangu binafsi. Nilikuwa na saa zingine nataka school fees, kulipia watoto school fees, ikawa siwezi. Nilikuwa nataka madeni saa zingine, ikawa siwezi. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kujimudu kimaisha yangu imebadilika kabisa, manake mbeleni nilikuwa chini sana, lakini kwa sasa kutoka nijiunge na NRS, naenda huko nakopa school fees, nakopa gari, na nunua ploti, ni mambo mengi imenifaidi sana. Manake pale nilikuwa pale mwanzo sio pale niko sahi. Mimi naweza kuhimiza wowote ule member ambaye hajajiunga na NRS Sacco ajaribu ajiunge na NRS Sacco. Manake ina mafanikio. Ina mafanikio mengi, utanunua mali, utalipa school fees na mambo mengine mengi ambaye changamoto ya aina fulani ile inahusu pesa, NRS inaweza kukusaidia sana.
Kwa majina naitwa Joshua Mukaria, nafanya kazi ya grocery. Ilikuwa tu kwa kibanda yangu vile nauza, nikapata watu wa NRS Sacco wakakuja kwa biashara yangu, wakaniuliza kama naweza taka kujiunga na NRS Sacco sababu itanibadilishia maisha yangu. Kabla sijajiunga na NRS Sacco, nilikuwa napitia mambo ngumu sana sababu nilikuwa nafika pahali saa nyingine nakosa pesa ya biashara, lakini bila nilipojiunga na NRS Sacco, sasa mambo yangu iko sawa, imebadilika sababu wameniinua, wamenibadilishia maisha yangu sana. Yamebadilika sababu saa hii nikihitaji pesa ya kazi, naenda nachukua, naenda naweka kwa biashara yangu na nainuka. Mtu anayetaka kujiunga na NRS Sacco, naweza mwambie hivi, akijiunga ajue maisha yake imebadilika. Sababu wanainua watu kwa biashara, maisha ya sisi vijana wadogo wanatubadilisha. wanatupia pesa za kazi, unalipa, hawakimbizi mtu kulipa, unalipa polepole. Na sisi wandogo tukijiunga na NRS Sacco tunabadilisha maisha yetu. Tunakuwa na maono ya kujionea mbali. Sababu kama mimi saa hii mahali nimefika, ukweli wamenibadilishia maisha. Mahali nimefika sikuwa itarajia kama naweza fika, lakini wamenifikisha. Sababu ya bila wanatupea pesa, tunalipa na interest kidogo, hawatukimbizi.
Welcome to the NRS Sacco journey. From humble beginnings in 1993, serving milk farmers to become one of the leading financial institutions in Kenya, we have come a long way. We started with basic services like savings account and loans, and today we proudly serve over 12,000 loyal members. Our mission? Simple yet profound, providing accessible financial solutions to all Kenyans, gaining a reputation for reliability and customer centricity. We celebrate you for taking this journey with us, and that has enabled us to create these milestones that has brought us where we are today. Starting with the first branch in Dairy, the Sacco expanded to Wangige, Kikuyu, and Kino. Our mission is simple yet profound, to provide accessible financial institutions to our members, be it business, farmers, groups, individuals, or employees. All Kenyans are welcome to join us, irrespective of their race, ethnicity, or religion. By offering savings, loans, investment, and financial advisory services to our members, we have laid a solid foundation for future growth. The Sacco rebranded from the Chika Rural Sacco to NRS Sacco, signaling a broader vision for a regional integration. We moved our head office from Dairy to Kikuyu, a broader area with immense growth potential. This marked the beginning of our transformation into a formidable player in the Kenyan financial sector. This period also saw the Sacco embrace technology advancement, such as an upgrade of our mobile banking and implementation of a stable system and service delivery. Recognizing the potential of technology to revolutionize our services, the Sacco has invested heavily in digital infrastructure and innovation. This has seen the launch of NRS mobile banking services, an introduction of mobile lending, and the launch of our member portal to members, easy access to information, and accessibility of money when they need it at all times. The Sacco's commitment to grow so has launched the third strategic plan, 2022 to 2026, aiming to elevate from a Tier 2 to a Tier 4 Sacco by 2026. As such, our fifth branch was opened in Dagoretti. This transformative implementation has enabled the Sacco to diversify its offering across corporate, small medium enterprises, and individual sector, while also increasing our product line to not only offer savings and loan products, but also bank assurance, investments, fixed deposit, and also safe deposit services. Today, you can send money from abroad through SendWave, Lemfi, Wapi, and TapTap from anywhere in the world through a partnership with Cooperative Bank. We are also excited to say our housing subsidiary, Unique Prime Housing, that was launched last year, has continued to increase its membership and will soon launch its first housing project, where you, as a member, will move from paying rent to owning a house or earning rental income as an investor. The house comes complete in a gated community, hence security, utility, and all common amenities are already sorted out for you. The Sacco continues to launch new products and services to promote financial inclusion. One of our key initiatives during this period is to introduce a new branch that will allow the Sacco to reach more communities, especially the impact, for example, chamas, the youth, boda boda driver, and mama mamboga.
Thank you. So I would like to call this meeting to order. And I want to thank each one of you who have been able to come on time, and even those who have logged in online. And I would like at this point to call Nelly Mugwe to start the meeting with a word of prayer. Nelly.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you?
Thank you.
Asante. Good morning, fellow members. Good morning again. Let us stand up and honor God. We shall just start with one stanza and then we shall get into prayer, because that is what I've been asked to do. You are so faithful, so faithful, so faithful. You are so faithful, so faithful, so faithful. That's why I worship you in the morning. That's why I worship you in the noontime. That's why I worship you in the evening. That's why I worship you all the time. Father, we come before you this morning not because we are the best. We come before you, Lord, because you know each one of us, oh my Father, my Redeemer. We are here, God, to ask you to be with us, oh God. We repent of our sins, Jehovah God. Father, we ask you, even as we start this meeting, that you be with us. May your Holy Spirit, God, descend upon this meeting. You know our purpose, God. We ask you, Father, to forgive each one of us, for we have sinned before you, oh God. Cleanse us with the blood of your Son, Jesus Christ, oh God. Be present, my Father, my Redeemer. Bless each family that is represented here. God, you know the purpose of this meeting, oh God. It is to better our lives, oh God. To come together and see the way forward and the best way forward for each one of us, oh God. We ask for your blessings, oh God. Father, we ask you even to remember the management team, oh God. Bless them with more wisdom, oh God, that even as they lead us, oh God, they may do so guided by your Holy Spirit, oh God. We have seen many circles and other organizations failing, oh God. But today we decree and declare that Zetica is not going to go under. We know, God, that you are going to be with us. You know our purpose, God. Even as we start, Lord, we ask you to be present. Even as we deliberate on whatever we are going to deliberate, oh God, we ask and pray that you will be present. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we trust and pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. All right. I think we will settle. Can we just settle so that I'll be able to introduce the Board of Directors and the Supervisory? Kindly. I am Ruth Kariuki, the Chair of NRS, and I would like to introduce the Vice Chair, Mr. Muini, please. Wave to the members. And Jeffrey Kariuki, our Treasurer, please stand and wave to the members. And we have our Honorable Secretary, J.S. Thank you. We have Jeffrey Kuria, Chair Audit Committee. We have have Mr. Peter Kamweti, Chair Credit Committee. And we have Joyce Muirore, Member Credit Committee. Jane Jiro, Member Credit Committee. John Muturi, Member Education Audit Committee. And now we have our Supervisory Committee. The Chairperson, Catherine Wangoi Kongo, please. And we have Johnson Moreu Bote, Honorable Secretary, Supervisory. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. And then we have William Madenge, Member Supervisory Committee. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm reminded that we have our unique housing, unique prime housing. Please, wherever you are, can you stand and wave to the members? We are members of this unique prime housing. Just a challenge to you members. You are so cold, and the weather today is warm. Not like other days when the weather is cold outside. Please cheer up. This is very important for all of us. All right? Do you agree? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chairperson of the Board, for opening up this meeting. And maybe as we proceed, I would also want to recognize the presence of our sub-county. Susan, please. That is our sub-county officer. And also the presence of our auditor from Creston, LLP. Thank you. Now, moving on swiftly, I would want to invite Mr. Courier to come and read the notice and the minutes of the last AGM held on 23rd March 2024 and the matters arising thereof. Karibu.
Thank you, our MC, who happens to be our Vice Chair in the board. Good morning, honored members. I hope you can hear me from the back there. There are those ones who are seated very far at the back there. You can hear me? Yes. And I wish you could come closer here so that those ones who come after you can sit behind there. I'm Geoffrey Courier, board member Wangigi, and also the chair, Audit. And I want to welcome you to this particular AGM. I want to read the notice, page 3 of your booklets, of your books, page 3. That is where the notice is. Page 3, I hope we are together there. To all our members, notice of annual general meeting. Notice is hereby given that the 32nd annual general meeting of the members of NRS Sacco Society Limited will be held on Saturday, 15th of March 2025 at Kikuyu Township Primary School, starting at 9 a.m. to interact the following business. 1. Read and confirm minutes of the last annual general meeting held on 23rd March 2024 and consider matters arising thereon. 2. Chairperson's speech, CEO report, and supervisory report. 3. Receive and consider the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2024 and reports of the auditors thereon. 4, declare dividend, honoraria, staff bonus for the year ended 31st December 2024. 5, appointment of auditors for the financial year ending 31st December 2024. 25 rather. 6, borrowing power. 7, 2025 budget approval. 8, proposals and resolutions. 9, elections, 1/3 rotation. 10, any other business of which notice has been given to the society at least 14 days before the date of the meeting. That is the notice of the annual general meeting. And I continue to read a summary, page 4, from page 4 of your books, but I'm reading a summary because of time. Summary of the hybrid 30th annual general meeting held on Saturday 23rd March 2024 at PCEA Church, Kikuyu, starting at 9 a.m. 407 members attended physically, while 476 members attended virtually. Board members present: Madam Ruth Kariuki, Mr. John Moini, Geoffrey Kariuki Juguna, Mr. John S. Juguna, Mr. John Waweru Muturi, Mrs. Jane Wanjiko Jiro, Mrs. Joyce Wacheke Muiruri, Mr. Peter Kamweti Karanja, and Geoffrey Kehara Kuria. Supervisory members: Mr. Fred Goro, John Bote, Madam Catherine Kungu. Other guests who are present: Mr. Peter Ndegwa, Chief Officer, Cooperatives, Kiambu County; Madam Susan Joroge, our sub-county here in Kikuyu officer; James Ngugi, the external auditor. Opening prayers were done by Bernard Wachanga, member number 100634 at 10 a.m. The MC of the day was Mr. John Moini, the board vice chairperson. The chairperson introduced the board of directors, the supervisory committee, and the invited guests. She also registered an apology of Mr. Geoffrey Kuria, the one reading the minutes, who had just lost his mother. She went on to introduce the unique Prime Housing Cooperative Society committee members. Madam Joyce Washeke, a board member, read out the notice and the summary of the minutes of the previous AGM held on 18th of March 2023. The notice of the meeting was to discuss the following: reading and confirmation of the previous AGM held on 18th of March 2023 and to consider matters arising thereon. CEOs, supervisory and chairpersons reports. Receive and consider the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2023 and the auditor's report. Declare dividend, honoraria, staff bonus for the year ended 31st December 2023. Appointment of auditors for the financial year ending 31st December 2024. Borrowing power, approval of 2024 budget, proposals and resolutions, elections as per 1/3 rotation rule, AOB, which notice had been given to the society at least 14 days prior to the meeting. Minute 1, reading and confirmation of the 30th AGM minutes and consider matters arising thereon. The minutes were read by Madam Joyce Washeke. They were proposed by member number 100634, Bernard Wachanga Kimodo, and seconded by member number 113961, Bernard Joseph Kamau Kenyanjui. Minute 2, CEO's report. The CEO, Mr. Maingi, introduced all the staff. He then read his report as highlighted. Loan book growth. He said it was not good. He urged the members to borrow more loans. 2, debt management. Due to external borrowing, the interest expense was high, and he urged the members to repay their loans on time. This way, there will be no extra borrowing or external borrowing. 3, deposit book growth, there was a slight increase in deposit with only 57 million, which is less than the monthly loan demand. He urged members to make more deposits. Liquidity, he urged the members to transfer their deposits from banks which offered a lower interest. Regulatory atmosphere, he informed the members that NRS was doing its best to ensure compliance with the government regulations. ICT, he noted that the Sacco had effective technology for members to inquire about their accounts, pay bill, transfer to other accounts, among others. The report was proposed by member number 102, Irene Wanjiku Ngugi, and seconded by member number 0009732, George Kerigo. Minute 3, Supervisory report. Mr. Fred Kamau, the Supervisory Chairman, read his report and thanked the members for giving his committee the responsibility of checking on the Sacco operations, and also explained the achievements of his committee. He then informed the members that the Sacco was running well, but there was need to reduce the costs since the expenses had risen. The report was proposed by member number 105263, James Muhende Jogu, and seconded by member number 304657, Stephen Kanyori Kariuki. Minute 4, the chairperson's speech. She read her report with the following highlights. Sacco accomplishments. The Sacco had grown greatly for the last 4 years. Membership growth and withdrawal. She noted that despite the Sacco movement being very helpful, some members had withdrawn from the movement. Liquidity challenges. She urged the members to support the Sacco through deposits, fixed deposits, etc., to raise liquidity. Capitalization of the Sacco. There is need to make the Sacco more solid by increasing the capital. NRS Housing Initiative. She said the initiative will improve the lives of the members who join the housing outfit. It will also grow the Sacco since Unique Prime Housing Society would bank with NRS. She lastly welcomed the Kikuyu Sub-County Cooperatives Officer to address the members. Sub-County Officer Cooperative address. She noted that the Sacco was doing well in matters compliance and that it was in a good standing. She then invited the Chief Officer Cooperatives Kiambu County, Mr. Peter Ndegwa, to address the members. Chief Officer Cooperatives address, he observed that the Sacco had grown, but given the time the Sacco had been in existence, the Sacco should have grown much more. He urged the members to get more loans and repay well if they wanted the Sacco to grow further. He further urged the members to patronize the Sacco since the money made by the Sacco is shared by the members, unlike with banks. He asked them to increase the mandatory deposits contribution to 2,000 Kenya shillings. He also commended the Sacco for starting a housing subsidiary. He requested the board of directors to protect the members' funds. The MC thanked the chairperson and the chief officer cooperatives. The chairperson's report was proposed by member number 410639, George Muigwa Gitonga, and seconded by member number 109480, Edward Kariuki Ngumba. The MC informed the members that there was an insert about Unique Prime Housing Cooperative Society for perusal. He added that the insert had contracts for any enquiries. He then welcomed the external auditor, Mr. James Gugi, to present the financial report. Minute 5, auditor's financial report. He gave an address on various aspects of Sacco business with the following highlights. The Sacco had until 2024 November to remit the unclaimed money to UFA. He clarified the need for the members to service their loans and deposits in the Sacco to improve the liquidity position. He concluded that nothing alarming came to the attention of the auditor. The report was proposed by member number 115495, William Kiari Madenge, and seconded by member number 3088, Peter Ndungu Mungai. Questions and reactions on the auditor's report. There was a concern on the signature and date on page 33 of the booklet then. It was clarified that signature belonged to the external auditor. The date of the court document was signed, the date the document was signed was 26th to 2024. Minute 6, declaring dividend, honoraria, and staff bonus. The treasurer said the 8% and 5% had been proposed for dividends and rebates respectively. This was proposed by member number 0001550 Ben Motsi Adoni and seconded by member number 0009420 Lydia Wamboi Gitau. The treasurer assured the members that the dividends and rebates would be in their accounts by 1st of April 2024. Minute 7, appointment of the auditor. The treasurer presented names of 3 shortlisted external auditors who were Njuguna Mwangi and Company auditors who had posts 200,000, Ann Chinga and Associates 299,000, and then Creston KM and Company 250,000. He gave their track records. After comparison, Creston KM and Company was appointed because of their experience. A member queried why Njuguna Mwangi and Company auditors were not picked despite being the lowest in costing. It was clarified that the Sacco needed a professional who could offer quality services. The selection of Creston KM and Company was proposed by member number 0106354 Isaac Kungu Achigwa and seconded by member number 0011339 Moses Mwangi Francis. Minute 8, borrowing power. The treasurer presented shillings 200 million borrowing power proposal. It was proposed by member number 102668 Samuel Kebiro Muchene and seconded by member number 410778 John Kamau Karige. Minute 9, budget approval. The budget was presented by the treasurer. It was proposed by member number 105263 James Muhindi Njogu and seconded by member number 115299 David Thuku Kehuha. Minute 10, proposals and resolutions. 1, increase in minimum share of share capital to Kenya shillings 20,000. This was proposed by member number 0010619 Isabel Wanjira Murakaru and seconded by member number 304095 Consolata Waheto Kehara. Increased minimum monthly savings to Kenya shillings 2,000. Member number 100716 Joseph Ndungu Kamau wanted to know why it was changed to Kenya shillings 2,000 but not Kenya shillings 1,500 as earlier proposed. It was clarified that there was need to enhance the amounts. This was proposed by and seconded by member number 113248 Elizabeth Joki Kamau and member number 205428 John Waweru Kariuki respectively. Change of name from NRS Sacco to NRS DT Sacco. After the CEO highlighted the reasons for the change, this was proposed by member number 300634 Bernard Wachanga Kimodo and seconded by member number 100502 James Kamau Kuria. Minute 11, rotation elections. Madam Susan, the Kikuyu Sub-County Cooperative Officer, read the requirements for one to be eligible to vie for a Board of Directors post. She added that elections would be through queuing system. The vacant positions were Wangigi, Kabete Zone, Board Member, Kikuyu Zone, Board Member, Kikuyu Dagoretti Zone, Supervisory Member. In Wangigi and Kikuyu zones, no one had offered themselves for elections. In Kino, one Geoffrey Macharia had offered himself but didn't qualify. Supervisory position had 3 contestants, namely Fred Goro, Kamau, William Kiari Madenge, and Julius Muhindi Jogu. The results of the elections were as follows. Wangigi zone, Geoffrey K. Kuria, proposed by member number 204693 Samuel Wainaina and seconded by member number 0011339 Moses Mwangi Francis. Kikuyu zone, John Samuel Juguna, proposed and seconded by member number 00106 78, John Jenga Karara, and member number 115630, Stephen Demo Chinega, respectively. Kinoo Zone, John Moini Waweru, proposed by member number 107444, Milka Wanjiru Waweru, and seconded by member number 0009420, Lydia Wamboi Gitao. Dagoretti, Kikuyu Zone, after the elections, William Keri Madenge won with 52 votes. He was introduced to the meeting and promised to work well for the Sacco. Madam Susan thanked all the members for participating. Minute 12, other matters, deposit mobilization. The chairperson of the Sacco and the chief officer Cooperative Kiambu presented awards to winners of the deposit mobilization campaign in 2023. The chief officer congratulated the members for increasing the deposits and having a successful AGM. Minute 13, reading notices for which notice of 14 days had been given. There was no matter for which notice had been given. Minute 14, AOB NRS Housing. The MC introduced the committee members of the Unique Prime Housing Society. He requested those who wanted to join the project to visit the registration desk and make enquiries. He further said that the housing cooperative was planning to buy land in Nachu area. The deposits would form the balance which would be used for loaning. If the members will not have got enough money to buy the house, they could ask for a loan facility from NRS. Upon loaning, the member would be given a complete house. For a start, the housing would require 500 members. These members would recoup the investments upon the sale of the first houses. ICT concerns. A member wanted to know why a check took long to clear. He also complained that the use of ICT was not adequate. The treasurer responded that there would be integration with the Family Bank for faster services. He also added that if a check is deposited within the Sacco, it would take a shorter time. If deposited on a Monday, the member would access the money on Wednesday of the same week. In addition, he said the Sacco had advanced in ensuring that services are good. Members can withdraw or deposit money via their mobile phones. All is being done to ensure the Sacco becomes one of the best institutions in the area. Vote of thanks and closing prayers. The treasurer informed the members that dividends and rebates would be in their accounts by 1st of April 2024. He added that the members would be given lunch in form of cash. He concluded by thanking the members and requested them to deposit with the Sacco to avoid external borrowing. The meeting ended at 1:55 p.m. with a word of prayer from member number 100634, Bernard Wachanga Kimotho. God bless you.
Thank you, Bwana Kuria, for that brief read. For adoption, let us get a proposer and a seconder for that report. Let us get a proposer and a seconder, giving us your names and a member number, please. Yes. Sorry, name is? Let's get a mic. Let's get a mic.
I propose member number 634, Bernard Kimotho.
Thank you, Kimotho. Let us get a seconder. Let us get a seconder, please.
I second member number 3548, Fred Moora. Monywa.
Member number 30?
3548.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on swiftly. I would wish to maybe direct you to our utility rooms, which are right ahead. We have indicated on the walls with some signages pointing towards the direction should you wish to use. Again, for the members who are coming in, my names are J.M. Wawero. I am your MC for today and also serving in the capacity of the Vice Chair of the Board. At this point, I would want to invite our Chairperson, Ruth Kariuki, to come and give us her speech. Karibu. Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our MC of the day. And now I would like to introduce our sub-county cooperative officer, Madam Susan Joroge. Thank you. Our director of cooperative, Kiabu County, will come, but I will introduce her when she comes in. And also like to introduce our invited guests much later, but we have our auditor. He was introduced, thank you. And I'd also like to thank our board members and the staff. To everyone, good morning once again. I am honored to welcome you all to the 32nd Annual General Meeting to celebrate yet another milestone in our Sacco's success journey. I feel indebted to you for considering and accepting to grace this occasion by physical or virtual attendance. Your presence is a good reason to believe that NRS Sacco put a positive mark on your financial lives in the past year. Honorable members, this AGM meeting is an opportunity to reflect on the lows, the highs, and everything in between of the year that was. It is a moment to celebrate the lessons we have learned, the growth we have experienced, and the memories we have made in the year under review. I am delighted to be part of this auspicious event as we look ahead with hope and optimism to the new unfolding before us, to the new year unfolding before us. I will therefore be highlighting the happenings that helped in shaping our great organization in the year under review. The Sacco as part of a member's economic life. It is observed that a good number of new business do not last long after takeoff, mainly due to competition, inaccessible to affordable finance, and insufficient working capital. Other business persons do not have good financial management skills which are mandatory in equipping their business with the necessary push. It is generally acceptable that the Sacco sector plays a significant role in the economic development of the country and presents promising growth opportunities for individual Sacco members. You have made a wise move in participating in the noble movement. We will be proud members of directors if we have made any contribution to the growth of your business, however small. The making of a two-tier Sacco. NRS Sacco, like a small baby, has made proud steps toward becoming a two-tier Sacco as it edges toward 1 billion shillings in total assets. As a two-tier Sacco, The Sacco will join the next league with appropriate benefits accruing to all. A look at performance over the past 5 years period will show the following statistics. Total asset growth has grown from Kenya shillings 450 million to Kenya shillings 819 million, which translates to an increase of 82%. Member deposits have increased from shillings 344 million to Kenya shillings 573 million, which translated to an increase of 66.57%. Loans and advances to members have increased from shillings 267 million to Kenya shillings 555 million, which is an increase of 108%. Core capital and share capital has increased from shillings 64 to shillings 121 million and Kenya shillings 28 million to Kenya shillings 50 million. This is an increase of 89.06% and 78.57% respectively. The revenue has increased from shillings 56 million to 138 million, which is an increase of 146%. As observed above, the Sacco is less than Kenya shillings 200 million, shy of attaining the Kenya shillings 1 billion mark in total assets. A common quote goes that, what the new year brings to you will depend a great deal on what you bring to the new year. Honorable members, the advancement of NRS Sacco into a two-tier Sacco will largely depend on how well each of us will execute our resolve to support the Sacco. My wish is that each of us play their role resolutely. The place of the Sacco in a changing world. The future of the world is rapidly changing, from concepts like green economy, artificial intelligence, to data analytics. We can only wait in anticipation. The concepts of ESG, that is environment, social, and governance, and sustainability are slowly creeping in as a reporting requirement. There is also the emergence of a new economy with a focus on digital services, and we are yet to see the end of it. I assure you that NRS is now well placed to compete with other financial institutions in the area we operate in. The investments in ICT, the upgrade of our premises and capacity building will serve as a springboard towards a prosperous future. I also wish to add that the board has come up with services that are naturally tailored to meet market expectations as we look into the future with optimism. Conclusion. We are committed to running the business of this great organization with untold dedication in spite of the odds. We are not there yet, but we have the will and the capacity to exceed the expectations of the ordinary men and women of business. I wish to add my address by noting that the future of the Sacco belongs to you. I truly hope that you will continue supporting our endeavor to achieve our vision, which is the vision for each one of us, because we are all members, regardless of the board of directors and the staff. And I want to thank you all, and may God bless you all. And we are all there to continue, and with God, all things are possible. May the Lord bless you. Thank you. And now I'll take the opportunity of welcoming and introducing the Director of Cooperative, Kiambu County, Madam Jane Githendu. Please stand and wave to the members. You can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that beautiful speech. Members, it is always kind to appreciate a good speech with a good gesture, right? Tupige makofi tafadhali kwa your speech. Asanteni. Now, moving on, at this point, I would want to introduce, or not to introduce, actually to ask Supervisory Chair to be ready to come and give their report. Sorry, as you get ready, let us maybe consume from the CEO, Mr. Elias Mainge. Let us, in our books, turn to page 16. Page 16. Thank you, Elias.
The Director, Cooperative, Kiambu County, Sub-County Cooperative Officer, our board members, my fellow staff, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 32nd Annual General Meeting being held today. Indeed, it is our strong confidence and continuous banking that makes us look forward to this time of celebration year after year, and today is not an exception. Honorable members, the year 2024 is distinguished to a considerable extent by challenges of the industry in form of inflation, high interest rates, as well as regulatory concerns. The political environment was also turbulent to an extent. Each year comes with a set of achievements, big or small. I wish to highlight the activities that shaped the outcome of the 12 months of 2024 as follows. Sacco for performance. I'm proud to report that the board and the management delivered a resilient financial performance in the year under review, focusing on the goals set in our strategic plan. Below is a summary of our key achievements. Assets. Our total assets grew from Kenya shillings 686,694,039 shillings to Kenya shillings 819,255,000, reflecting an increase in Kenya shillings 132,561,816 shillings. This translates to a 19.30% growth. The growth was primarily driven by members' loans, which constituted a 68.41% of the total assets, with the aim to reverse the decline in our loan book growth by introducing the new product and expanding the members' base. I go to deposits. Member deposits increased by Kenya shillings 76 million, representing a 16.47% rise. We extend our gratitude to members for their contribution and encourage their others actively participate with goals of doubling contribution in the current year. We have a mix of deposit accounts with different features to choose from as follows. We have interest-bearing and non-interest-bearing deposits. We have short-term deposits versus long-term deposits. We have withdrawable deposits and non-withdrawable deposits, product-based deposits, and general deposits. This has been to ensure that every member has an avenue to save with the institution instead of placing their hand-earned money with the competing entities. We encourage you to look out for additions as we ensure that there is adequate choice for all. Product diversification. The board and management has come up with services that are naturally tailored to meet the market expectations. NRS now is well placed to compete with the best financial institutions in areas we operate in. NRS Sacco now ready to tap into the vendor market in an effort to diversify and reduce the financial risk that comes with relying on an inhibiting supply of members. To actualize this, the Sacco has an advanced stage of registering the service providers for the teaching fraternity through the Teacher Service Commission, TSC. This move will avail a portfolio with different economic characteristics. The pursuit to an opportunity to serve government employees, popularly called the civil servant, is also in the offing. Challenges. As any other business, the Sacco has encountered several challenges in the past year, like other business operating in the financial sector. The citizens complained of less disposable income, the business volume and profit margin went down, and translated to a low performance in books of the Sacco. Default. A careful examination of our 2024 financial statement shows a proportion of our members have failed to honor their loan repayment obligations. This has resulted to increase in provision, therefore affecting the Sacco bottom line negatively. Further, the Sacco management is indeed of their own collections for online lending. The low collection volumes has resulted to borrowing at inflated interest rate, leading to a financial expense. The need for this cash stream cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, dormancy growth. A look at the Sacco financial shows the dormancy has increased. In other words, members have neglected their obligation to contribute to the growth of the Sacco by making regular and prompt deposits. Members have therefore reduced their financial interaction with the Sacco to a bare minimum. Board of Directors is concerned with this turn of event, considering the huge investment that has been made to upgrade the ICT infrastructure in the past years to ensure members get seamless services. We appeal to all members to make their regular contribution to the Sacco so as to reduce the much expensive borrowing from the external sources. Inadequate deposit contribution. When one joins a Sacco, they enter into an agreement to support the Sacco by way of regular contributions in a give and take kind of a scenario. This has not taken place as most of my members have completely abandoned the vital obligations. Other members have only made contribution when they are paying their loans and therefore stopping when the loans are completely repaid. We will in the future demand compliance with this savings culture as stipulated by the bylaw. Other initiatives. The board and management has laid down a several initiatives aimed at ensuring best results in the current years as follows. Diversification of our membership. As you are aware, our membership is drawn from the business community and the farmers in the sub-county. We will in future be welcoming salaried members as a way of ensuring diverse product offering. Many other products are in incubation stage. Training of our membership. Information and especially relevant information is power. This is why the Sacco will be rolling out a several series of training in order to equip our members to effectively participate in the business world. Vigorous marketing initiative. We have established a structured marketing program to promote our product and services to a broader audience. We encourage our members to participate in spreading the awareness of this marketing or product offering that as Sacco we are giving to you as members. Future prospects. The economic future remains uncertain. We can't rely on the past to predict the future. As a common adage goes, the only thing that is constant is change. We are therefore working around the clock to ensure that we have all weather and balance sheet with a diversified asset book which is well positioned to navigate economic uncertainty, particularly in light of the current unsettled macro environment. I wish to mention that there has been enhanced surveillance in our operations of the Sacco by the regulator and the ministry concerned, and it might not be business as usual. As we move forward, we are therefore advised to open to a disruption so that we can ably adjust to this outcome. Conclusion, honorable members, I wish to thank you for your confidence you placed with us. We deep value your partnership in this journey. In closing, I wish to reiterate that we need to concrete participation of all stakeholders to the success of this great organization, our NRS Sacco. Thank you all, and thank you for keeping time and also finding time to be with us.
Thank you, Elias, our CEO, for a very progressive report, which is very futuristic. He's mentioned that we are hoping for an all-weather balance sheet, and we thank you for coming up with that. I want us to adopt the two reports, both the chairperson's and the CEO's speech, by getting a proposal of the two and a second of the two. Let's get a proposal, yes?
Member number 9244, Harun Parsen.
Thank you, Bwana Parsen, for the proposal. Let us get a seconder.
Member number 15299, I second.
Name?
David Thukukeua.
Thank you, Bwana David. Thank you, members. Now, at this point, I want to invite the chair of the Supervisory Committee to come and present the report. Members, let us turn to page 19 all the way to 24 for us to consume that report that will be given by our able Catherine Kongo. Karibu. Yes. Karibu.
Members, good morning. So before I continue, I just want to thank all of you for coming and thank you for keeping time. You are the real heroes of today because without you, our members, NRS would not be possible. So without further ado, the Director Cooperatives, Kiambu County, our Sub-County Officer, invited guests from Preston, honorable members and fellow directors, we salute you. Good morning again. The Supervisory Committee has remained steadfast in their commitment to provide oversight to the board as they drive the mission and vision of the Sacco. And in this report, the Supervisory Committee will render key audit areas for the year 2024 and the recommendations that it gave to the board. The scope of engagement for the period under review covered operations, risk management, human resource, governance, and assessment of internal controls as stipulated by the law under Rule 28.3 of the Cooperative Society Act, Rule 2004. And to ensure that the board was this was done to ensure that the board was carrying out their mandate according to the laws and that their focus remained solely on the central to the members. Our mandate: the Supervisory Committee draws its mandate from Rule 28 of the Cooperative Act 2004, which was later revised in 2012, and the Cooperative Bylaws. The prerogative of the Supervisory Committee remains to verify all Sacco transactions on behalf of every member, undertake internal audits of all operational areas throughout the year, submit reports of its findings to the board, the Commissioner, the authority, and annual general meetings. They also visit operational areas to evaluate the books and records to check for accuracy. Our goal is to ensure that the board serves in the interest of the members and safeguards the resources entrusted to them. Below is the summary of the assignments that we carried out last year. The list below shows the inventory of the matters that were discussed for the period under review, that is 2024. These were guided by the Supervisory Committee's annual work plan their scope and mandate, and the issues were as follows. We discussed credit operations, governance. Under governance, we discussed the Sacco policies, bylaws, board performance management, and corporate communication. We also discussed staff and HR issues, ICT, liquidity management, Sacco investment, marketing, and with the main focus being on digital marketing strategy, risk management and compliance of statutory regulations, internal controls, procurement, Sacco security measures, capital adequacy, Sacco performance, monitoring and evaluation, with the main focus being on the strategic plan, proposed 2024 to 2025 budget, and supervisory committee and board working relationships. We are not going to highlight all the issues, but we are going to highlight some of them. The first one being credit operations. Members' credit operations remain our core business. The loan book grew to 554,954,882 for the period in review. This translates to a growth of 19.53 and contributed majorly to the growth of our total assets, which are currently shy of 1 billion shillings. The Supervisory Committee wishes to commend the board for attaining growth parameters against a backdrop of harsh economic times. However, Supervisory Committee continues to advocate for not only a growth in loan book, but a healthy growth to ensure that all loans present the highest recovery rate possible. The Supervisory Committee is proud to report that this year the loan recovery rates have improved. This has been through rigorous recovery efforts by the Recovery Committee and improved security perfection measures. However, we still recommend improvement of the collateral registry to improve security perfection. The Supervisory Committee continues to advocate for litigation only as a last resort in recovery due to the expenses involved and the subsequent damage to the member relations. Supervisory Committee also wishes to encourage the members to keep paying their loans on time. This will cushion the liquidity of the Sacco and will ensure seamless running of the Society's operations. When members pay their loans on time, it will ensure that the funds will be available for operations. This will curb external borrowing, which has a negative net effect on our surplus due to the finance expense. Members, what we are talking about, this is a very important topic on credit because as the Sacco, our main business is giving loans. I know things have not been easy, but I want to reiterate what the board has talked about. We need to pay our loans because when we pay, we give a chance to the other members to be able to borrow. And also when you pay, it helps us not to keep borrowing. When we borrow, it's very expensive for the Sacco. So moving on, we go to governance matters. The Supervisory Committee continues to champion for good governance practices through encouragement of policies and bylaws. Several policies have been integrated to the Sacco information collection in the period under review. This includes a whistleblowers policy, audit and risk management policy, CSR policy, and disaster preparedness and business continuity policy and procedure. These policies have continued to guide seamless running of the Sacco. The board committees also came up with their annual work plans and the charter for the year in review as required by the regulator. The Supervisory Committee wishes to commend the board for considering the Supervisory Committee's recommendation on having a board performance management tool for evaluating the board performance annually. To harmonize the communication between the board and Supervisory Committee and management, a direct communication channel in form of emails has been put in place. Supervisory Committee wishes to inform the honorable members that any information they seek from the Society about products is readily available, as the Supervisory Committee has an open door policy and is always willing to address member concerns in case needs arises. We go to staff and HR issues. The total staffing at the close of the period under review was 38 compared to 34 in the previous period. The Supervisory Committee continues to advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace and wishes to report that the management and board have committed to bridge the one-third gender rule as time continues. The Supervisory Committee wishes to report that the staff have gone through various trainings for the period under review and wishes to thank the Education Committee for ensuring that the staff training needs are met. The staff have also been taken for team building. We go to ICT. Access control system is now operational in all the Sacco branches. This has really enhanced our operations. CCTV cameras are now in place, and the CCTV control is centralized in Kikuyu. This is for easier monitoring and for enhanced security. The hard drive has also been upgraded. Service availability on the part of software has been made available at all times, and in case of any downtime, the relevant stakeholders are usually notified. User support and training has been continuous. The members are encouraged to patronize mobile banking products. They are available on request, and they are safe and time-saving. We go to liquidity. The Sacco liquidity stood at 10.5%, but this is still low, members, because the regulator requires us to have a liquidity percentage of 15%. Adequate liquidity ensures good operating efficiency. Supervisory has noted with concern that in the period under review, the loan-to-deposit ratio was 1:1. What this means is that the money the members gave us is the same money that we used to borrow. So this means that some of the money that was used to grow the total assets was from borrowing. Members, this is what we are trying to discourage because of the high finance expense. This subsequently had a negative net effect on our surplus, and it resulted in an increase in the finance expense. The Sacco has now put in place measures to make the society at par with other banking institutions, that is mobile banking, checkbook services, and a competitive fixed deposit rates as a way of providing our members with better banking experience. Members, what we are trying to discourage, please give us your money. Your money is safe. Don't come and take a loan and take all the money to equity. We have checkbooks with turnaround time of T+1. That means just 1 day. We have mobile banking, which has really improved. We are really asking for your money, because if we don't borrow, our surplus is higher. And if our surplus is higher, what we get as members, including me, is higher, so our dividends, right? So for the coming year, members, the Supervisory Committee is working around the clock to make sure your money is safe. So please, tunawasihi, bring for us your money. It is safe. Supervisory Committee wishes to encourage the members to support us with deposits as their money is safe, and this will cushion the Sacco's liquidity. Internal controls. The board and management continues to review financial and operational policies and procedure to ensure efficiency in service delivery. The Audit and Risk Committee ensures that cash handling and reconciliation procedures exist to prevent fraud. Loan processing and approvals are done as per policy with proper risk assessment. Revenue collection and expenditure management are verified to avoid unauthorized transaction. The Supervisory Committee wishes to assure the members that the board continues to improve the risk mitigation strategies to ensure that their member deposits are safe. These strategies include secure systems, continuous monitoring of systems and operation through periodic reports and reviews. All the branches have been installed with the state-of-the-art systems, which has biometric access. This limits the accessibility and enhances security in the Sacco branches. I think we have members from Derry. How many members are from Derry? Kindly put your hands up. I think these members can attest. When they go to the bank, I will call it a bank because now it is in the standards of a bank. Derry has really improved. So this means that we are really trying our best. We have improved that branch to make it at par with other branches to improve the security. So members, again, the board is really trying in terms of security and risk mitigation. So let us give them our money. We go to Sacco investments. There was a growth in income from other investment streams, which the Sacco undertakes as a way of diversifying its portfolio. Our strategic plan outlines a growth in non-funded income by 30% per annum. and the Supervisory Committee encourages the board to continue seeking out investment vehicles outside our core business, which is lending. This will subsequently boost our surplus. For the period under review, the Sacco recorded a growth in 34.91%. That is in the non-interest income. Despite this growth, as Supervisory Committee, we still recommend foolproof risk mitigation strategies, e.g. an investment policy, which has been done for the year-end review. What we are saying is that in the end, members, we need money, so we cannot rely only on giving loans. So the Sacco and management and the board have come up with other strategies of getting investments outside of interest income, but we still say that despite making these investments, our money still needs to be kept safe, and we thank the board for coming up with an investment policy, which was done last year, to make sure that the money we invest outside there will be as safe as possible and give us the highest returns. We go to marketing. The digital marketing strategy was rolled out in 2024, and it seeks to improve the society's social media presence. Several initiatives have been made to market Sacco products, e.g. door-to-door marketing, church activations, invitation to schools and forums like sectorial member education. There has also been advertising on social media pages, websites and SMSs. The Sacco has also taken part in CSR activities like Ondire Wetland Walk, Henry Wanyoike. Other products have also been tailored to suit the members' needs. However, Supervisory Committee noted with concern that the membership has gone down and the dormancy has gone up. We attributed this to the macroeconomic environment, which has also not spared our members. The Supervisory Committee recommends new marketing strategies tailored to the Sacco demographics. Members, I really want to insist on these digital marketing strategies. Please follow our platforms on the social media pages, that is Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube. This is going to really boost our presence, and it's going to be good for us as a Sacco. Strategic partnerships. The main objective of NRS is to empower members financially through affordable products and services, and in so doing, it has partnered with other firms to seek high returns by getting into strategic affiliations. This includes Petmal for land purchases, Brownstone Investments for ready house buying. There is also Bima Afya, which is a partnership with CIC Insurance, which is an affordable medical insurance for you members. It is available. Motor vehicle insurance services are now available, as well as loan facilities for those products. Members, we know we have a current challenge with SHA, SHIF, and HIF. Our Sacco is open to you. We are having Bima Afya. Please make sure you seek out the information. The rates are very good. Capital adequacy. The Sacco Society Regulations 2010 clearly states the requirements that all Saccos must abide to. The capital adequacy ratios have met the regulators' threshold, and they are as below. The core capital to total assets is at 14.71. Core capital to total deposits, 21.04%. Retained earnings to core capital, 58.03%. Institutional capital to total assets, 8.32%. Institutional capital to core capital, 56.60%. The supervisory notes that the provision for bad debts has increased by 87%, this is almost 90%. This is almost double to what we had before, and it shows that members are not able to meet their loan obligations on time. As we spoke before, I know the things have been very harsh because of even government policies like taxation and just general inflation. But we continue to ask members to commit to bring this figure down, because once we increase the provisional, it eats into our surplus. So members, let us try for this year to make things a bit better. Let us support the Sacco by paying on time. This will also reduce our legal charges. However, Supervisory Committee still continues to advocate for litigation as a last resort. Members, in case of anything, it's always good, if you are lagging behind, come to the office. Come and see Mr. Mainge. Come and see Karemi, the chair. Discuss about your loan. I think his office has an open door policy. They're always willing to assist. Litigation is the worst. We don't want to go to litigation because it damages our relationship with the members, and we want to have a good relationship with the members. So I know things are not easy. If you have a challenge, please go to Mr. Mainge. Okay, so from there we go to operating efficiency and loan quality ratios. Those are as below. So, procurement. Honorable members, the Supervisory Committee has noted the constitution of the Procurement Committee. This is a good move. This is a positive move. The committee derives their terms of references from the procurement policy. This is in place, and this makes the committee more effective. And the Supervisory Committee will continue to monitor this important arm of the Sacco until full implementation of the committee and give recommendations. Sacco performance. Despite various challenges affecting lending institution for the year in review, the Sacco has remained resilient and has recorded growth in parameters of deposits, share capital, revenue, total surplus, and the loan book. These are all shown below in the chart. The membership has grown, deposits have grown, share capital, total revenue, total surplus, and the loan book. Then we go to the year 2025 Sacco budget. This is shown as below. The proposed income is 183,500, and then proposed expenditure 142,500. Surplus will be at 41 million. Monitoring and evaluation and the strategic plan. The Sacco continues to be guided by the strategic plan 2022-2026. And this serves as a monitoring and evaluation tool. It serves as a benchmark to the board and management as they further the mission and vision of the Sacco. The Sacco has achieved some of the parameters outlined in the strategic plan, and the Supervisory Committee will continue to recommend for a review yearly to see where we are. Supervisory Committee and board teamwork. Professional distance has not prevented the two teams to put their heads together on all major issues pertaining to the welfare of the Sacco. Different opinions were addressed on principle and consensus, resulting in amicable outcomes. And in conclusion, during the year under review, Supervisory Committee has monitored closely all the activities of the Sacco, as stipulated by the bylaws for seamless and comprehensive reports. More so, we want to thank the members for the unreserved trust you have bestowed upon us to guard your hard-earned savings, and we promise to continue with the same steadfastness in the current financial year for the benefit of the circle of our choice, that is NRS. Thank you, members, for your time. I think that's it, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, the Chair of the Supervisory, Catherine Kongo, for the good report. I would wish that we adopt the report by getting a proposer in the seconder. Let us get a proposer and a seconder for the supervisory reports, please.
David Mary, 4250, number. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
I propose.
Thank you, David. Let's get a seconder. The back, seconder, please.
Nancy Wajagitao, member number 551. I second.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, beautiful people. I would also want to remind you that we keep the vouchers that you are given at the point of registration, just not to lose them, because we shall redeem them and then find to redeem for lunch. Now at this point, I would want to invite our sub-county officer to come, and who after her reports will invite our guests, Janet Gedendo, the Director of Cooperatives. Karibu sana, Susan. Yeah.
Good morning, members. The Director Cooperatives, karibu sana Kikuyu. The board members, how are you? My name is Susan Njoroge. I'm the Cooperative Officer, Kikuyu Sub-County. Before I call my director to make remarks on behalf of the County of Kiambu, I would want to commend the leadership and also you members for achieving growth throughout the year under review. And I would also want to say that due to good governance and compliance, NRS was awarded national and also at the county level. And also I would want to say that during the year 2024, you participated in the Ushirika Day, which was held in August due to, it usually held in July, but it went to August due to factors that affected us nationwide. So NRS was awarded Best in Compliance in Kiambu County. The trophy is here. And members, what means is that NRS is using all the rules and regulations that are put in place, and also using the government laws as at par. Also at the national level, you are at number 3 in the ICT, that you adopt in ICT in all your operations. And at the national level, what is usually given is a certificate, and I have it with me here. Sorry. What that means, members, is that NRS is in good standing and all is going well. And what I would want to say is that I would like to ask you members to continue supporting NRS and patronizing the products, because it's the only way that the Sacco can grow. And as you can see, you're going to, the book of accounts will be read, and what you're going to see is that NRS has grown in all parameters. But the major issue that we're having right now is on the dormancy, and also the CEO had mentioned on the default rates. As much as your PAR is below 5, which is the recommended rate, I would like to ask members kindly, if you take a loan, as the chair supervisory has been saying, dawa ya deni ni kufanya nini? Si dawa ya deni ni kulipa? Yes, thank you members for coming today with those few remarks. I would want to invite my director to come and make remarks on behalf of the directorate.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you. Thank you, Susan, for inviting me. Chairperson, board members, esteemed members of NRS Sacco, CEO and staff of NRS Sacco, the county staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And once again, I am Janet Gedendo. I'm the County Director Cooperatives, and I'm here to give my remarks. It is a great pleasure to be here today at the annual general meeting of NRS Sacco on behalf of the Cooperative Directorate. This Sacco has been a beacon of success, and I commend the leadership that has made a significant contribution towards enhancing welfare of members and the growth of cooperative movement. So today I will briefly touch on critical areas of compliance, the new cooperative bill, the portfolio at risk, PAR, and provide an overview of Cooperative Directorate role and support to cooperative like yours. So I'll start with the role of Cooperative Directorate in supporting your growth. So as you all know that the Cooperatives Directorate was devolved, so it is all in the county. So the Cooperative Directorate is a regulatory body tasked with overseeing the operations of cooperatives across the county. So our mission is to promote and support the growth of the cooperative sector while ensuring compliance with the laws that govern cooperatives. So our key functions are monitoring and supervision, capacity building, dispute resolution, policy, advocacy, and development, to mention but just a few. So we recognize that cooperatives, including NRS Sacco, play an essential role in empowering communities and contributing to the national development. Our goal is to support your success by providing the necessary regulatory oversight, capacity building, and oversight. So compliance, I'm happy to note that NRS was awarded the first in compliance in the county for the last Tushirika Day. So what I would want to note as general is in compliance that as a foundation for success, compliance is the cornerstone of any well-functioning cooperative. As the regulatory body, the Cooperative Directorate emphasizes the importance of strict adherence to the legal and regulatory framework governing cooperatives. So compliance ensures that cooperative operates transparently, ethically, and sustainably, thereby safeguarding the interests of members and enhancing the public interest. So I also go to the PAR, which is the portfolio at risk. I'm happy to note that the NRS Sacco, that the PAR is below 5. However, when I was going through the books, I realized that you have increased from 3.2 to 3.97. So members, that shows we are not meeting our loans obligation, the loan repayment obligation. So we need to go even below the 3.2. So I urge all members, kindly pay up your loans so that we are able to stay below the PAR. So as the Cooperative Directorate, we encourage all SACCOs to adopt effective risk management strategy to keep the PAR within the acceptable limits. This may include providing financial literacy to training to members, strengthening loan monitoring system, and ensuring that loans are granted based on the borrower's capacity to repay. Members, can we promise the management of the SACCO that we'll be able to repay our loans? Is that true? We will repay our loans. So come next year, let the PAR remain even below 3.2, and that will be commendable. So let me talk about the new cooperative bill. Are we aware there is a new cooperative bill coming up? You are aware. So it is at the Senate, and it's currently under review in the Senate. So we urge all stakeholders, including this SACCO, to support, to take this crucial opportunity to shape the future of the cooperative sector. I encourage you to familiarize yourself with the contents of the new bill. The bill represents not just a legal framework, but a roadmap for future development of the cooperative sector. So in conclusion, NRS Sacco is an example of what a cooperative can achieve when it upholds principles of good governance, compliance, and members' engagement. I would urge all members to continue being the ambassadors of the Sacco. So let us continue being the ambassadors of the Sacco, and also as the county government through the Cooperative Directorate, we will continue to offer support, guidance, and resources as you navigate the evolving cooperative environment. Together we can build a stronger, more sustainable sector that serves the best interests of our members and contribute to the socio-economic development of our nation. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to you today. I look forward to our continued collaboration and wish NRS Sacco great success in the year ahead. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Members, I'm requesting our director, Cooperative, to help me recognize our dear members from various branches who have been with us for over 15 years, patronizing our products of services, including new referrals among other linkages. So please, Madam, we have Kikuyu, two persons, and I will read who they are. We have member number Catherine Wajiko Maina, Kikuyu branch. Catherine. We have member number James Kamau Turia, Kikuyu branch. James Kamau, please come forward. From Wangige, we also have two. We have Moshai Mwangi Jeffrey, Mogai, all right. And we have Jega David Mogai again, Mogai. Aha. From our dairy branch, Moses Nyandieka Siagi. Moses. Nancy Waidera Kenothia, dairy branch, Nancy. And from our Keno branch, we have Mwaura Stephen Gogi. Mwaura. Let's appreciate Mr. Mwaura. Thank you. And also from Keno, we have Nganga Dolcas Wamboi. And from our branch in Dagoretti, we have Norman Geta Wagara. Dagoretti. Okay. And also from Dagoretti, we have our young member who have been patronizing the NRS products and services and has been very instrumental in referrals. And this is Anthony Gotham Muthoni. Anthony? All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, members, for your patience.
Thank you very much for the members who have received various awards. And actually it's a motivator for all of us that we should continue patronizing the various products from the Sacco. Thank you, Chair, for that gesture. I would also now ask that we get ready to consume the audited reports by inviting our auditor, Mr. George Itotia, from Creston, LLP, to present the audited financial statements for the year ending 31st December 2024. Karibu sana.
So the board chair, the Cooperative Director, Kiabu County, the Supervisory Committee, the directors, the CEO, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is George Itotia, or CPA George Itotia, and I am representing your auditor, that is Creston KM, and I'm one of the partners. So I'll do the presentation. I would like us to go to pages 25 of your booklet. That is where the financial statements start. That is page 25. And the importance of this page is because it summarizes the numbers. It also summarizes the reports that have been shared from the board chair to the CEO to the supervisory committee and also from the guests from the cooperative. So number one is on statistical information. That is page 25. Membership, active members were 9,000, down from 9,300 the previous year. Dormant members increased from 2,000 to 3,000. And that has been emphasized. And basically this means there are members who didn't have any deposits, payments in any of their accounts as per regulations. So when it increases, it affects the performance of the Sacco. Employees of the Sacco, male increased from 9 to 12, female increased from 25 to 26, and the total employees increased from 34 to 38. In terms of financial highlights, we have total assets increasing from 686 million to 819 million. So basically the value of the Sacco has increased from 686 million to 819 million. Member deposits have increased from 496 million to 572 million. Loans and advances have increased from 464 million to 554 million. But we need to highlight something there. Member deposits against the loans and advances. As you have heard even from the supervisory committee, the ratio is 1:1. So basically what it means is when you deposit, everything you bring in as deposit is issued out as loans. So the money the Sacco is supposed to be operating with is tied up in loans. And what will be the effect? You see what will be the effect of that. Then we have provisions for loan losses. Those members who defaulted increased from 1.2 million to 6.7 million. So basically what that means is if your surplus, the surplus you have right now has reduced by members who defaulted by 6.7 million. The previous year was 1.2 million. So we will see the effect of that once we look at further on when we look at the numbers. Financial assets relatively remain the same at 3.1 million. Total revenue increased from 1.4 million to 138 billion. And you can see the growth in the loan book helped increase the total interest and the other incomes from 114 million to 138 billion. Then total interest from the loans now increased from 99 million to 117 million. Total expenses, another area we needed to highlight, increased from 80 million to 105 billion. So you see the effect. What is this that increased? And it has been alluded earlier. Financial expenses, members defaulting, so you have this now increasing. Core capital increased from 102 million to 120 million. Share capital increased from 43 million to 50 million. Retained earnings increased from 61 million to 69 million. Institutional capital increased from 57 million to 68 million. Total liabilities, another area we need to highlight, increased from 581 million to 697 million. So as we read on, you find why this happened. Then we have interest on member deposits reduced because the rate reduced. So we also highlight that from 16.6 million to 15.1 million. Then dividends on member share capital increased from 3.4 million to 4 million. Now, in terms of key ratios, we see the Sacco is compliant, especially with the capital adequacy ratios. But as your auditors, you always like to insist that they require to create a buffer. You see ratios like institutional capital over total assets, they are just along the borderline. And if there are financial shocks, for example, what happened with Cusco, the board couldn't write off the total amount. We will see what that was. And one of the reasons is the buffer is small. You are compliant, yes, but you require to increase this so that in case of financial shocks or there is COVID or whatever it is, you are able, your Sacco will remain steady. Liquidity ratio has reduced from 12.8 previously to 10%. So despite being uncompliant previous year, this has reduced, and you will see why this has. Then at operating efficiency, or loan quality ratios, we have total expenses over total revenue. So that is critical because what we are saying is this is required to be less than 50%. But your expenses have increased to a tune that they represent 76%, up from 70% the previous year. So we will explain further. As we read on, you will see the expenses that were increasing. Interest on member deposits over total revenue reduced from 14 to 10.94%. Dividend rate remained the same. Interest on member deposits reduced from 5% to 4%. And the question would always be, we have seen from the reports that you increased, the Sacco was able to mobilize deposits, then why would the rate be reducing? But you see the effect from the financials, effects like defaulting, effects like high interest rates. So this ties the boards hard in declaring better interest rates. Now, total delinquent loans, the PAR has increased. It's true, as the Director of Cooperatives has indicated, that you are below the 5%, but it has increased. And that's not, it means there are members who have defaulted increased in 2024. So from that page, I request we look at page 32. So having looked at the summary, it will be now easier to assimilate some of the numbers we have here, because what we have here is now the incomes and the expenditures of the Sacco. So the incomes we have seen, interest from loans increasing from 97 million to 116 million. And basically this was because of the growth in the loan book. So other interest income reduced from 1.8 million to 1.6 million. Then total interest income increasing from 99 million to 117 million. So for other interest income, you'll find that I'll just highlight a few of these because they are important for us. And you'll find the breakdown of the notes on pages 44. And you see, if you look at note 3, that is on other interest income, the key one to note there is the interest on Cusco savings. So you may be aware what has been happening about Cusco. So the Sacco previous year received 666,000, that is note 3, but this year could only receive 141,000. So the last 2 quarters, they were not able to receive that. But they had other investments in interest on SIB Mansa X, which increased from 235,000 to 958,000. So now back to page 32, where we have the income statement. Interest expense, we have seen that has reduced because of the rate reducing. So net interest income increased. So we see the Sacco increasing the incomes from 79 million to 97 million, that is net interest income. We also see the Sacco increasing other income, 14 million to 20 million, and therefore the total income grew from 94 million to 118 million. So I would like us to still look at page 44 so that we see what is this other income of 20 million. So the other income of 20 million, the key to note is where we have loan application and loan processing fees because of the growth in the loan book. Because of the members patronizing your loans, the Sacco was able to generate income. So, and that's why you see most of the incomes increasing here is because of the growth in the loan book. So now back to page 32, we see the Sacco did well in increasing their revenues from 94 million to 118 million. Now we look at the operating expenses. So we have financial expenses. So the previous year, this was 11 million. This year, it is 16 million. So these financial expenses is the loan that the Sacco has with Cooperative Bank. A loan of, and we look at that, but the loan currently is at 96 million. And the interest rates were very high that year, if you would remember. So this means that the ratio we looked at of deposits being 1:1, that all your money you put in as deposits is issued as loans, it means now the Sacco has to go to the bank to borrow. And when they borrow, these are the kind of interest rates they are paying, 16 million. So if they didn't pay 16 million, you'd have seen the growth in the income of 118 million, really increasing the money available for distribution of members. So the next one is on personnel expenses, increasing from 23 million to 29 million. And you have seen from the statistical information, the employees increased from 34 to 38. Governance expenses increasing from 5.3 million to 5.8 million. Marketing expenses increasing from 1.6 million to 2 million. Then you have depreciation and amortization So this is the loss of value of assets. So we look at that more keenly later. Then we have provisions and write-offs. So of all the expenses we have been mentioning, the loans, the provisioning, these are expenses that are within your control. Because if we turn to page 46, so that we see these provisions of write-offs. Page 46, you will see that the members who defaulted or are likely to default increased from 1.2 million to 6.7 million. Then there were bad debts written off. That is page 46. Bad debts written off, increasing from 5.9 million to 6.6 million. So these are expenditures within your control. So if members are able to pay their loans in good time, then the provisioning and the bad debts, you would be incurring them, and money will be available for your for payments of dividends and the others. So to further retaliate that issue of provisioning, let's look at the next page, page 48. Let's look at page 48, 15B. You will see that members who had not paid their loans between 180 days to 360 days, that is doubtful, and those who had not paid loans for more than a year, increased from 2.7 million the previous year to 5.8 million. And then the other one was 2.4 million to 5.5 million. So we are saying of your total loan book, 22 million is likely to be defaulted. So, and from the previous reports, from other speakers who have come before me, they have retaliated that despite the charges, and the Sacco required to be more aggressive, and we saw that when we were reviewing your books, they were very aggressive to the point where the Supervisory Committee is saying it's likely to affect member relations. But remember, if you fail to pay, you can see the effect, that what is happening to your financials. So back now to page 32, so that we finalize on that statement, is the total expenses increased from 80 million to 105 million. Then, sorry, I forgot to mention about administrative expenses, increasing from 24 million to 28 million. Therefore, the surplus before tax reduced from 13.6 million to 13.3 million. So despite the Sacco mobilizing loans, increasing your incomes, you can see the effect, as I alluded earlier, of the defaults and the financial expenses. And therefore the net surplus after income tax, more or less the same at 12 million. And then what is transferred to statutory reserve, more or less the same. And the surplus after tax, more or less the same at 10 million. So with that, now we look at the next page, the page that is the statement of financial position or the balance sheet, page 33. Page 33, you find we have cash and cash equivalents increased from 54 million to 90 million. So that note is important, and I would like us to look at page 47 so that we get more information on these cash and cash equivalents. So the key to note here is where we are having short-term investment, because the Sacco had investments of 34.4 million in Cusco. And as you may be aware, these now are restricted because the Sacco, the Cusco is having their charges, and the government is trying to see whether this can be recovered. And that's why we were referring to the notes. Remember the ratios where we said you require to have a buffer, not at the borderline, because these 34 million, you are required by international standards to provide full, 34 million in full, to hit your financial statement. But the board saw this fit that if that is provided in full, then the Sacco won't afford to pay dividends, won't afford to pay interest on member deposits. And therefore, as the disclosure is there, they are saying the board, in recognition of future write-offs that may arise from financial investments in Cusco, has made an impairment loss of 2 million. In the year 2024 financial statement, the board will make incremental adjustments on the provisions in the subsequent financial periods to ensure full provision is made in the financial statement. So full provision has not been made because of the factors that I have indicated. And therefore, now we go back to page 33, where we have the balance sheet, the statement of financial position. Now we have the accounts receivable reducing from 19 million to 11 million. We have loans and advances to members increasing from 464 million to 554 million. Financial investments, more or less the same, at 3 million. Property and equipment increasing from 144 million to 158 million. And it's important we look at that note, which is contained on page 49. So the Sacco invested in property, plant, and equipment. And you see from page 49, the key one is buildings. You have heard about the dairy branch. So there were renovations, refurbishments, and so on, to a tune of 8.8 million. Then under the renovation category, we have 1.8 million. Then we have generator. There were generators bought of 3.8 million. Rules tools were 40,000. Software bought was 1.6 million. Computer and accessories of 1.8 million. Then you have office equipment. So there was a total capital expenditure of 20.8 million. But mainly was on that refurbishment of the dairy branch. So now we go back to page 33. That is where we have the statement of financial position. And you will find the total assets increasing, or the value of the Sacco has increased from 686 billion to 819 million. Now we have liabilities, member deposits, increasing from 496 million to 572 million. Tax payable, already they had paid more tax, as you see above there, tax recoverable of 388 million, thousand that is. Then accounts payable, 14 million previous year. This year was 7.2 million. So previous year there was a huge debt of excise duty, which was cleared, and these are the 2024, the management were able to clear the excise duty, and that's why you see this reducing from 14 million to 7.2 million. Interest bearing liabilities increasing from 48 million to 96 million. And that note is important. We look at page 50, note 21. So the Sacco borrowed from Cooperative Bank. During the year, they borrowed 79.9 million. The repayments during the year were 32 million. So you can see the previous year, what had been borrowed was 25 million, although we had the 63 million from 2021, but these borrowing have increased from 48 million to 96 million. And of course, when you borrow, you have to pay with interest. And therefore, that's why you see the effects on the financial statements of that borrowing. So back now to page 33, is total liabilities, therefore, increased from 581 million to 697 million. Equity increased from 43 million to 50 million. Reserves increased from 62 million to 71 million. And therefore, the total liabilities and shareholders' funds increasing from 686 million to 819 million. So my next statement, before I go now to the audited report, is page 35, where we have the statement of cash flows. Page 35, statement of cash flows. So this statement is important because it's saying you collected, you mobilized deposits, you paid your suppliers, you paid your employees. So where is your money? You need to now see exactly how your money was being used. And this statement is important because it highlights just that. So number one, the Sacco collected interest from members of 117 million. Previous year, the Sacco was able to collect 99 million. The Sacco paid interest on member deposits 19.8 million against previous year of 15.9 million. So anything you see in brackets, that means money out. So they were able to pay members interest deposits, 19 million. They were able to generate other incomes of 20 million that year. The previous year was 14 million. Then there were payments to employees and suppliers. This increased from 72 million to 92 million. So at the end of that, the money in now was 25.4 million, down from 25.8 million the previous year. Then they were able to collect, that is trade and other receivables, amounts of 8.2 million. And then members came for the loans to a tune of 97.4 million. The previous year was 58.1 million. So the loans increased, but also the default rate also increased. So it's the business of the Sacco, as alluded earlier, is issuing mobilizing deposits and issue loans. So this is important because the Sacco was able to achieve that mandate of increasing loan issuance to their members to a tune of 97 million. But now they needed money. Where would they get the money from? So number one, they were able to mobilize savings and deposits to a tune of 76.4 million, able to pay the suppliers 6.9 million. They paid board members and staff bonus 1.5 million, and then they paid taxes 1 million. So that generated 66.9 million, but when you add against the 89 million of loans issued, you get net cash flow from operating activities of 3.2 million. So you can see, when you compare this with the previous year, the Sacco had money of 30.8 million, which dwindled a bit to 3.2 million. And that explains why now they need to refurbish the branch and other property to purchase 20.8 million. They sold some assets that they no longer needed. They generated 174,000. They paid dividends. They paid out 3.4 million. So for them to achieve all that, they received money from members in terms of share capital of 7.2 million, but that was not enough because now they had to go to the bank and ask for additional money of 79.8 million. So that now they're able now to achieve all that. And you see that facility, they were able now to have money in the bank of 36 million, And when you add this against what was there in the previous year, you find it grows from 54 million to 90 million. And with that now, we look now at the auditor's report. Oh, sorry. Before we look at the auditor's report, it's important to look at what the regulator indicated. That is on pages 30. These reports were shared with the regulator, and that is SASRA, including our reports. And the key one to note here is they have approved. They approved this financial statement on 25th. And the key one to note is the next page, that one, where they are saying, number one, the audited financial statements fairly comply with the regulation 55(2) of the said regulations, subject to the external auditor's opinion in respect of the level of disclosures required. Number two, the Sacco society ratio of non-earning assets. Non-earning assets are like buildings, the land. It means they are not earning you any interest. But even if it increased to 21%, when we reviewed your books, the management and the board are hopeful the refurbishment of dairy is going to generate more money for the Sacco. It's going to attract more members to patronize your products. But that didn't stop the regulator from noticing those assets have grown at 21% against the prescribed maximum ratio of 10%. Number three, we had shared our report, and the authority took cognizance of the internal controls we had raised in our management letter. And number one, we had raised the issue of interest on member deposits. So as we have highlighted earlier, you see you mobilized deposits, but the payment is 4%, was lower than was the previous year. We also raised the issue of some of the deposits that you bring in are not being paid interest. And that's what they are saying about the calculation of member deposits. And also, we noted the way the Sacco was paying their member deposits, they were not using what we call pro rata. You see, if you deposited, you gave the Sacco your deposits in January, they should not earn the same as a person who is depositing towards the end of the year. So we told them, or we advised the board, which they are looking at, is you need to pay these depositors using a pro rata basis, so that somebody bringing the money January and they are bringing the money February, March, they should not be paid by somebody who is waiting toward the end of the year, brings in deposits, and then they are paid. Then another issue we had raised is compliance with IFRSs, and especially IFRS 9, because we felt the provisioning of your loans needed to be revalued, especially using the IFRS 9 model, or needed to be rechecked using what we call IFRS 9 model. So, and I know the board are aware of that. Then we also looked at the compliance with labor laws. We noted your staff have been deducted so much, and you saw that even from the supervisory committee, and they were not compliant with the 1/3 rule. And that is being addressed. And also other items we had raised, which also the regulator took note, was the total expenses increasing against the total revenue. And then number four, the authority advises the Sacco board of directors to ensure that members are adequately informed of the Sacco society's financial performance, as well as regulatory concerns raised herein. And that statement was signed by Joseph Osoro for the chief executive. So with that now, we look at the auditor's report, which is pages 27 to 29. So I want to go through the whole report, because some of the items in this report we have highlighted, but I would like to read as follows. Report of the independent auditor to the members of NRS DT Savings and Credit Cooperative Society for the year ended 31st December 2024. Opinion. We have audited the accompanying financial statements of NRS DT Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited, set out on pages 8 to 27. So from your booklet, from page 25 all the way to the head, all the way to some pages there. And they comprise the statement of financial position, which we have gone through, as at 31st December 2024, statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, a statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory notes. And in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of affairs of the society as at 31st December 2024, and of its results and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards, the requirements of the Cooperative Societies Act, CAR 490, as amended in 2012, and the Sacco Societies Act, number 14 of 2008. The other paragraphs, the basis of opinion, is what we did. So we are guided by the international standards on auditing. Then we are independent of the board and the members of this Sacco, and we have fulfilled our responsibilities in accordance with these requirements. So key audit matters, we came up with the key audit matters, and the key audit matters are areas that we concentrated on and I have already highlighted. Number one was the member loans. So we saw the growth in the loan book, but we also saw the growth in the default rate. And now we needed to see, for example, is it the problem of members having difficulty time paying off their loans, or is it an issue of the board of directors unable to appraise these members or to know who to give the loans? So, and all those factors, we noted there were factors affecting that. Then another item we looked at was on member deposits, as highlighted. We have alluded earlier, because member deposits are the key sources of money that the Sacco uses to generate, to issue loans. Then we also looked at cash and cash equivalent. This is the issue of the Cusco in investment, because the Sacco had funds there, and what the board the decisions the board that made to ensure they are compliant. Now, with that, we have other information, responsibilities of the directors for the financial statement, auditors' responsibility for the audit of the financial statement. So our responsibility, number one, is risk assessment. When we come on the ground, and when we set a team on the ground, they come here to look at the risks affecting your Sacco. And one of the risks affecting your Sacco is member payment, the defaults, because the default rate we see has increased. Another risk is the Sacco is now going for loans, borrowings from the bank, and therefore those are risky areas when we come to audit. And also about the fraud. We look at the fraud. We look at whether there were money lost, and we can confirm we didn't find any. We also look at whether the Sacco is going concern, and we can confirm that based on the test we did, the Sacco is going concern. So the next paragraph, page 29, is report on other matters prescribed by Kenya Societies Act and the Kenya Cooperative Societies Act. And we state as follows. We have obtained reasonable assurance that the society is solvent and have not identified any significant concerns with respect to the financial condition of the society. Number one, we have also obtained reasonable assurance. The second one, we are not aware of any violation of prudential standards or conditions of the license. We are not aware of any contravention of the Sacco Societies Act, and in our opinion, the Sacco management practices and procedures are sufficient to safeguard members' assets, and then the society business has been conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Cooperative Societies Act. The books of accounts kept by the society are in agreement herewith and give a true and fair view of the state of affairs of the Sacco Societies Act. So that report was signed by Dr. George Kimel, that is FCPA Dr. George Kimel, and he said his regards. So with that, I conclude, and I wish you the best as you continue to patronize your Sacco. Thank you.
Thank you, George Totia, for that beautiful report. As I would wish that we adopt the report by getting a proposer and a seconder. Then we go into the questions and answer session. Let's adopt this by getting a proposer and seconder for this report.
Okay. I propose number 11, that's 209.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wilson Waitimo.
Waitimo. Let's get a seconder, please.
Member number 0011-233, Kevin Waruiro, I second.
Name is, sorry?
Kevin Waruiro.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, now at this point, we don't want to attract questions directed to external auditor. Yes, thank you. Mike?
I think my question, I go to direct it to either treasurer or the board about what they are doing of this loan default, the measures they are taking, because it is increasing day by day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4895. Nidaiwa mathoma no ma expenses murathoma hau. Na riu ri ithu tukuinuka naki. Where the investors simplified, I'm asking. Well, you have read a lot about so many expenses there. But we as investors, tunaenda nyumbani na nini? Thank you.
Member number 11 Audit. He kiuria ndirenda kuria na ndiroria members kana andu othe ingiuria kuringana na uguo mwatwira ndirenda kwaria gikuyu nigetha andu manyite wega ati ni mwatara maundu maingi muno maria murahuthira mbeca maingi muno na ithuĩ no kũruta tũraruta na inyuĩ mũkahuthĩra ti ũru kũngĩkorwo mũrahuthĩra na kĩhoto. Ngoria atĩrĩrĩ, twĩna wabici ya Gĩkũyũ na wabici ĩyo nĩ gũkombora tũkomborete, twĩna wabici ya Nderi nĩ gũkombora tũkomborete, na nĩ mamemba aya marĩ a tene tiga arĩa rĩu me rĩu anyinyi matoĩ. Twĩna mũgũnda Nderi njuragia atiriri anene acio me hau mbere twathiaga kiharo tene tugathie nderi kiharo nikuo twacamanagia na ko ne gwaria maheni andu moige kana maheni twacamanagia kuu nderi ngari ici ciothe ndona haha nja kwina mugunda amangiiganira tutingithondekerwo uria tutari komboraga nyumba yo ya Gikuyu goro guo nderi ni gukombora turakombora ndaigua mwathia mbeca muhuthite aka ki uguo ona kono ndeigua githungu hanini mutingihota gututhondekera wabici tu nderi to twina mugunda ucio ukarigia nau ndaika mtoitu ni guthia turathira ri aria nyinyi matuika twina mugunda ona no kwa andu matoi twina mugunda nderi ugathie nau ndamuthaitha tumutithondeke tumutinatinie turayo hamithio tukaruta shares alafu tugacoka tukaigua mbeca yothe ni ihuthikire wabici Gikuyu ikombora gogoro muno nie mutige nya ndi wa tene biu twina ka wabici haria kianda riu twina wabici nene muno ha na andu a Gikuyu tikugania ingi no tucamanie nderi mutituthondekere mucii nderi tucamanagie
Thank you. Mr. Awero. Mr. Awero, bring the mic here in the front.
Member 11-209. I want to talk about bad debts. Since loans are granted, are given, we have grantors and securities. Why do we have these bad debts?
Sorry?
We have security to guarantee the loans. Security to guarantee the loans. Why do you have these bad debts?
Bad debts. Okay. Let's take one final one here from passing.
The member number 9244. Na kuringana na haria turutanite kana tumite kuma o haria tukite ndreciria last time hindi atwaritie ni twaritie horo wa veg ya kiwanja kiu tukoragwo na kio kuria nderi and as per now kuringana uria ndaigua maundu mau mothe mathomo ndeciria haria bururi uri na uria tutindikitwo ta ithuĩ twĩna maruni tungicoka tutuike ati hena nyungu imwe tuhana ta members tungihagirithio ya kuga ati no twake kiwanja this time no tukorwo twina thina munene muno tondu ithuĩ ene tuhana ta members ona kana no muroiga ni turageria muno kuriha thiri uria turakorwo twinaguo aria turahota na tondu naguo bururi-ini tutwarire watukinyia hau ri ni uria ingiuga ni uria indo iria citu ciratuika ni ciina kesi ya kusco uria mutungitucokeria macina riria mwikirite in place ati no muhote kurumirira indo icio nigetha icoke namba igiri ni twahingurire branch kuria Ndaguriti mutwire nayo branch ino twahingurire ri tondu twahuthirire mbeca cituri iyo branch nayo ikinyite ha namba ithatu mutwire atiriri tondu kwina default nyingi muno ri na ni twaigua haria mathabu-ini ni turacoka o ithuĩ turihaga maruni ugatwika ni twakari the cross ri what is the machinery that you are using now to follow these people that they took the money and then they are going to refund the money? Because it's not sweet when I stress myself and pay the loan and you come and take you are also given loan and you are not paying loan. how are you going to treat such members? This is what you are supposed to tell us. Second and last, Bugwe wothe twathomerwo kanya ka slip kanya muka wothe rekei tugeragio guthomerwo tukimixagirwo na Gikuyu na Githweri nigetha andu othe makaigua tondu since kuma mwanjo wanjirie kwaria Githungu wathi kwaritio Githungu waritio Githungu waritio Githungu na andu aria angi ithuĩ tutiathire cukuru riu ithuĩ no gwĩthikĩrĩria ona tũngĩrwo riu nĩ tũkũmũthĩnja na Githungu ithuĩ no tũgũkira ũguo tondũ tũtiramenya.
Thank you, Pasin. I think we'll take those questions, and I think, CEO, you are best to take the default question, the head office and the bad debts. Please, CEO.
Good afternoon, members. I will start the questions vile zimekuja. Na swali ya kwanza nataka kujibu ni ya default ama kuchelewa kulipa loan yako. Can you pay attention so that at least it's clear? As you've seen from our books, ama kutoka kwa zile vitabu Auditor amepresent, we have a default of around 22 million. 22 million. And this 22 million is actually the provisions that tumetenga hiyo pesa kusimamia zile loans ziko kwa default. Na hizi default ni zile loan tulipatia the general membership. So, kama management ama kama board, zile steps tumechukua ni gani? Step ya kwanza, loan yako ikiingia kwa default, what we call 1 to 30, imechelewa mwezi mmoja. We issue, tunapeananga barua inaitwa first demand letter ya kudemand zile pesa ziko kwa default zifanya nini? Zilipwe. Ikienda mwezi wa pili tunapeana the second demand letter ya kukumbusha tena ulipe ile pesa yako. Ikifika ya tatu ndio tunapeana kitu inaitwa statutory notice kisheria. Statutory notice inakupatia another 90 working days. Ikichelewa kuliko hapo, auctioneer ndiye anapatia statutory notice, sasa achukue hatua yake. Anakupatia the first letter inaitwa redemption notice. Redemption notice inachukua 45 days. Iki expire ndiye anaattach ile security ulitupatia. Kama ni shamba tunaiweka kwa nini? Kwa auction. Kama ni gari inashikwa. Kama ni savings zinachukuliwa, zinalipa nini? Ile deni ulikuwa nayo. So, nataka nirudi nyuma kidogo. First demand notice inaingia mwezi mmoja, si ndio? Those are 30 days. Second demand notice inaingia another 30 days. Si ni kweli? Statutory notice ambayo unapewa inachukua 90 days. Hiyo ni miezi ngapi? 3, si ndio? So ukiongeza inafika already miezi 5, si ndio? Auctioneer anakupatia another 45 days. Hiyo ni mwezi mmoja na nusu, si ndio? Alafu hizo 45 days unaongezea 7 days za ku-advertise hiyo shamba ama hiyo property to auction. So ukiangalia we are past half of the month, half of the year tukifuata hiyo deni. So tunauliza kama members, ikifika hapo kuna wakati tunajaribu ku-advertise hizo mashamba. By the way, kama uko Kikuyu na auctioneers forum, nafikiri mmeona shamba ziko kwa advertisement. Because tunajaribu kufuata hiyo nini? Hiyo deni. But ndio tunauliza members, hakuna haja sisi tufike wapi kuuza shamba yako. We have a ways of recovering the land with amicably. How? Not recovering the land. Kusoti hiyo shinda amicably. we can do a restructure of that loan. Si ni kweli? We can also do what we call a reschedule. Give you more time to adjust your finances so that you're able to pay. Pia, we have an expense. Hiyo watu wanasema tumetumia sana, iko expense inaenda kwa litigations. Because you are finding that kuna members tumeenda kuuza shamba, anaweka nini? Injunction, court injunction. Ukiweka court injunction inafanya nini? Sako inaweka wakili wa kufuatana na member tena mpaka hiyo kesi ikuwa solved, and then if it is solved against us inakuwa hasara kwetu. Kama ikiingia kwa member sasa tunachukua ile hatua tungechukua kitambo ya kuuza ile shamba ku recover the debt. So as a board, we cannot jump these processes. Because ukijump these processes ikienda kotini, hiyo kesi tunafanya nini? Tunashindwa, si ndio? Na tukishindwa hiyo cost inakuja kwenu. So we don't jump that process. We have to take the processes vile ziko. Kuanzia demand notice, kufuatia the second demand notice, kuenda kwa statutory notice, alafu auctioneer anaingilia. But tunaomba kwa unyenyekevu kuwa ukichukua ile loan yako, tusaidie kufanya nini? Kulipa. Lakini ikifika mbaya, nafikiri members mlitupea authority last AGM ya kufanya nini? Ya auction hizo mashamba. Si ni kweli? So pia kuna zile ziko kwa auction. So this is how we are trying to deal with this default. Na pia as directors, the credit committee and I think a section of the board wamekuwa wakiwatembelea members wale wana strain kulipa loan, kuona vile wanasaidia kufanya nini? Kuease that burden. We know the economic times that we have faced last year. Na also them, they are also members, they understand these problems. So wamekuwa kikuja kwenu kujaribu kuongea na some of you, kuambia msienda kotini, kujeni kwa mesa to discuss how unaweza lipa nini ila loan. Na wanafanya hivyo sababu ya nini? Kukienda kotini we have to put a wakili, si ni kweli? Na wakili ikuje ata what? Ata free cost, inakuja ata cost. So to avoid such cost, tunajaribu kuona we are talking with these members to see that they pay their own. Because I am having like the 5 million that have made provisions in kwa loans, ukiingia page 49. Page 48. Ukiingia page 48, 15B. Unaona zile loans zina perform bila arrears. There are 744 loans. Against the 1077 loans that you have given to the members, 744 ndizo zina perform, zinalipo vizuri. Asichelewi hata siku moja. Ukiangalia zile zinachelewa for at least a month ni loans 274 ambao tuna provide pesa ngapi? 4.3 million. Ukienda kwa loans zinachelewa more than 1 month, tuko na 19 loans that are amounting to 6.2 million. Alafu kuna zile loans zimepita 180 days ambao tunazitanga doubtful that you have to provide half of the amount that is in default, ambazo ni 24 loans na zile tunaita loss category, hiyo ni kama zimepotea, we have 5.8 million. So effect ya hizi kwa vitabu iko sababu you have to set aside certain amount that is in loss category, uiweka kando kutoka kwa ile pesa mngepatiwa kama dividends, ndio isimamie loan. Na ndio tunasema kama members, tafadhali ukiona ukipigiwa kukumbushwa kulipa loan yako, tafadhali saidia the bond also kupata nini? Kuokota ile pesa. I think hiyo swali nimejaribu kuijibu vile inapaswa. Tuende kwa swali ya pili. Cusco amount. Ni swali imeulizwa. Tuko na pesa ngapi kwa Cusco? We have 34 million 466. Last year, wakati the CS said the SACCOs have to make provisions, we had to comply with that. Na tukatenga 2 million ndio tuweze kubakisha kitu ya kufanya nini? Ya kuwapatia towards making provision ya hiyo Cusco amount. Unaweza uliza mbona tulikuwa na pesa kwa Cusco? Unaona ile pesa tunalipa kwa Cooperative Bank in terms of interest imefika 14 almost 16 million inaenda kwa Cooperative. Cusco ilikuwa natupatia loans at a very cheap interest of around 13%. And that's why most of the SACCOs, instead of going to borrow from Cooperative, walikuwa wameweka ile pesa kwa Cusco ndio waweze kuwa nachukua loan kwa Cusco at a very cheap interest rate. Now, so being the union of the SACCOs, almost all the SACCOs earned investment in Cusco in terms of savings because ilikuwa our umbrella body. Lakini sisi ikifika 2023, we managed to move the money from savings ikakuja fixed deposit, hoping by end of 2023 tutapata pesa. Then that is the time the CS I think said there is no more withdrawals. But at least we are making steps towards recovering that amount through other ways that the government is guiding us to. Then you go to office construction ndio tuache kulipa rent. The resolution moja tumekuwa nayo since 2022 ilikuwa construction of a end office in Delhi. We have actually something bigger than half an acre in Delhi. I think half an acre na ingine kando iko na pia case tulipata ikiwa na case that we are pursuing, but nikiunganisha sote mbili ni something bigger than half an acre. This land ni ya Sacco, imekuwa tu idle. Actually imefika mahali I was called by the OCS hapa, nikaambiwa shamba yenu ina fence, haina anything, watu wanaitumia kufanya nini? Vijana wanaiba mafuta wanaweka wapi? Kwa hiyo shamba. So we want to incur something and fence the land to secure the property. Secondly, the BQ that we got for the construction of the end office, after getting the BQ, we want to go to the regulator for the approval, simply because we are regulated. We cannot just jump the gun. The BQ came to around 70 million, going to 80 million. Those approvals is something that you have to get first, then start expensing the amount. Once we went to the regulator was cognizant of that and said, we have to make money as a Sacco kwanza. Set aside the money to a tune of 70 million without touching your members' money. Tuko pamoja? So restricted us not to construct kutumia pesa yenu. So we make our own profit in our provisions. We build it to a tune of making money to a tune of 70 million. Ndio tuanze kufanya nini? Kujenga. So that has not been achieved. I believe the profit that you make after paying your dividends and paying your rebates, kidogo tunaweka kando. Other investment that we do, like where we have leased, we get some money, we put it kando. Building towards what? Making enough funds to construct without using your money. Because hatutaki kutumia 70 million ama 100 million, then dhuku ukikuja kuomba loan, unaambiwa hakuna pesa. That is unprudent. And I think again what the director of Cooperative has said in terms of the things that are being pushed through the Senate, I think that is one of them issues that is there, which is to prevent SACCOs from going outside the mandate. And our mandate, remember, is credit and savings and credit. So the laws that are coming, actually I think what the cabinet approved is actually clean restrictions that the SACCO should not divert from their core mandate to other things, like now buying of land, construction of properties. But we are looking at how we can be able to come around it and see how we are benefiting you as members. So what the board thought, instead of having that land ikiwa idle, have small structures in place that they are able to pay us nini? Rent. So tuko na structures hapo that you are getting rent of 300 and what? 300, I think 310. So the land kuna structures zinatupatia rent, monthly rent of 310. So your 310 is able to pay our total rent sa branches zote, because our total rent branches zote ni 277,000 per month. So with 310 and 277, you are being left with something even to have a caretaker in place to look at the land. So that's how the board thought, and so that at least to minimize the cost of the rent, tukue na kitu inaendelea hapo inatupatia a small amount to pay for the rent without relying on the business which is running. And I think it's a good thing, because as at close of the close of the year 2024, if you go to page number 47, we have savings account in Family Bank, which is number 13. Tuko na kitu inaitwa 538,000 ambayo ni rent imetokana na nini na what we have in the hiyo shamba tuko nayo ndani. Dagoretti branch. We started Dagoretti branch earlier in the year 2023. Later in the year 2023, 2024 ikaanza. We've been able to bring membership kwa hiyo branch to a tune of 350 members. Now, our 350 members, saizi, I'm supposed to say that they have borrowed an equivalent of 34 million. That is the loan size that the branch is holding here and there. So from where I stand, tukifungua branch, kuna kitu tunaitanga feasibility study. Feasibility study inawapatianga munda ya maybe use 5 million or 10 million to construct the branch, to break even within what period of time. And the period of time that we are given to break even on this branch was 3 years. But I think you've started making more profit than you realized profit before the break-even time on that branch. So, Bwana Pasin, I want to confirm that branch inafanya vizuri. And actually, if you look at the increase of the staff that you've done, is to answer supporting that branch in Dagoretti. So, nimejibu swali ya office that are rented. Ile member number 1100 aliuliza tuko na shamba na tuna rent ofisi. So nimesema kwa hiyo swali ile malipo tunalipa kwa rent za hizo branches 5 tuko nazo because Wangigi we not paying rent ni branch yetu. Lakini so branches zingine 4 we are paying rent. Tunalipa a tune of 271,000 monthly. Lakini vile tumefanya ni kujaribu kujenga kitu kidogo ya kutupatia rent without relying on the biashara yetu tunafanya. Na hiyo tunapata 310. So tukitoanisha from 271 tumebaki na kitu kidogo ya kulipa caretaker wa kuchunga hiyo nini? Hiyo property. So I think Vice Chair, I think I've responded. Hiyo ingine ya dividends, I think Auditor, please explain on the dividends. Waambie wanapata nini?
All right. Thank you, Elias, for those answers to those questions. The other question, which was asked by member 4895 about the dividends, I would want it answered in the next section, where I will ask Mr. Kariuki to come and declare the very dividends that the members are asking. Kariuki, as you come in. You'll have an input? Okay, get an input.
All right, so members, I'm being guided. Mujue rebates ni kapi na muelewe dividends ni kapi. So tumeona rate ya dividends ime remain the same as last year at 8%. Then tumeona interest rate on member deposits iko at 5.4%. So nikitaka tuangalie vitabu page 51. Na wasihi tuangalie page 51 note 23. So you see dividends, honoraria, and rebates. So proposed interest on member deposits is 15.1 million. Previous year was 16.6 million. Proposed honorarium and bonus, 1.8 million. Previous year, ilikuwa 1.5. Proposed dividends on share capital is 4.4 million. Previous year, ilikuwa 3.4 million. So total, huu mwaka 2024 ni 20.9 million. Mwaka uliopita ilikuwa 21.5 million. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'll take you through agenda number 4. As the auditor leaves the room. Agenda number 4 is the appointment. Okay, agenda number 4 is to declare dividend, honorary and staff bonus for the year ended 31st December 2024. Just like the way the auditor has highlighted, let us go to our books. Twende ukurasa wa 51. At note 23, we shall distribute a total of 20,941,887. The rates has been highlighted. Dividend, we are giving them at the rate of 8%. Interest on deposits, we shall give at the rate of 4%. Meaning, after the AGM, after we get a proposal and a seconder to disburse 20 million, they will be in the members' account by 1st on or before 1st of April 20 this year, simply because the auditor has highlighted, according to the management letter, that we use what we call pro rata to time. Mwenye ameweka pesa yake on tarehe 1 December last year, hata pata mapato kama mwenye aliweka January of 2024, and that has been highlighted and been advised by our regulator. So we require a proposer and a seconder to effect the same, and they will be in your account on or before 1st of April, within the next 2 weeks in your account. Mic holder, circulate for a proposer and a seconder to effect the same through this AGM.
I will propose number 9244.
Proposed by member
Kikuyu branch.
Okay. We require a seconder. There is a hat there on that side, on that row.
Member number 3312 want to propose for the same. Thank you.
Member number, Mr. Gaido, member number again?
3312.
3312. Bwana Gaido. Let us go to the next agenda. The next agenda is agenda number 5. I'm reading page number 3 on the appointment of the auditors for the financial year ended 31st December 2025. The law requires the board to bring at least a list of auditors for the ensuing year, and the list should be presented to the AGM for the AGM to settle on one. Let me take this opportunity that we have received an application from, let us go to page number 53, page number 53, ukurasa wa nyuma, ukurasa wa 53. We have received an application or an interest from HSW and Associate. HSW and Associate is requesting to charge us 290,000 all inclusive. We have also received an application from Achiga and Associate. Achiga and Associate is offering to charge us Kenya shillings 289,280. And we have also received an explanation of interest from the auditor who has just presented the financials for last year today. Creston KM and Associate, who has quoted Kenya shillings 250 plus a VAT of 16%, that is 40,000, that is 290. Overall, HSW and Associate anasema atacharge 290, Achiga and Associate anasema atacharge 299, 280, and Creston, who has just presented the financials today, anasema atacharge 290. We require this Honorable AGM to settle on one. We see whether auditor mwenye amepresent hizo hesabu tunaweza sema aendelee ama tuone maybe tunataka mwingine. You are free to discuss this. We settle on one. Yes, there is a hand there.
Member number 634, huyu Kristo KM, manake tumemwona kazi yake aendelee.
There is a proposal from Mr. Kemodo that Creston ameonekana kazi yake aendelee. Let us get any other opinion or a secondment to the same. Maoni ingine? Bwana Pasini amesema tuchanganye lugha.
Ile kitu tunaweza fanya, tuweze furahishwa na figures that 200, 290, what. But what we are supposed to do ni kuangalia kama huyu alikuwa, kama kuna problem yoyote ameshakosea, amefail, that is what you are supposed to tell her, according to how you are going through and peruse all the documents, that whether his guy is doing the right thing. If he is doing the right thing, then we continue with him then.
Okay.
Kama kuna makosa.
Okay, let me respond to that. And Creston and KM and Company, this is the first year for the firm to auditors. What I can say is the treasurer to the board. Tumeona kazi yake iko na utaratibu. Umeona vile amefanya presentation from different pages, statistical information, profit and loss, and also the statement of comprehensive income and financial position. They were in order. He's able to explain a lot. When we requested him to come and peruse our books on 5th of January, he only took a week. Within 10 days, alikuwa amekuja to present the report to the board. Then from there, the auditor has to communicate to the regulator, SASLA, directly, liapeane ile maneno ameona. Then the regulator will present the books to the regulator for approval upon explaining the management data from the auditor. In my opinion, and though we have discussed this with the board, Creston and Company, we would request Creston to continue. We see the nature, maybe on a advisory capacity in the ensuing year, and because they are there. This is what I can say. So there was a proposal from Kemodo. Pasin has just posed a question as to whether we have seen anything in regard to Creston, and I have answered that. So, and we require somebody to second, maybe Kemodo's proposal or a member with another contrary opinion in regard to the same.
As much as contrary opinion, I don't think the cheap is the best. Tumesomewa ma expenses mingi sana. Karaoke, you are CPA, you are an accountant. I have also done that field. So I think let's go for the best. That is Achinga and Associates. Ndio sasa tujue hii expense mingi imekuwa aje. Wakati ulikuwa naomba kitu ulisema ukiingia hapo expenses zitapungua. So hii difference naona hapa ni kidogo sana. Let's go for the best. Okay. Thank you, sir.
That is also another proposal. There is a member who is requesting we go for a chinga.
Members, good afternoon again. Sorry, I want to respond on something. If you open page 31 of the table, there is non-compliance with the number 3 on the right. Number 3, line 3. Non-compliance with the IFRS. It's a model. Sio kitu na impose mara moja. It's a model that you start so at least you comply. And for this, we aren't started it with Creston. And remember the previous auditor, this is what we wanted to bring in, but he was not able to bring it mara moja. But what we've done, tukiwa na Creston, hii model imeanza kufanya kazi, and it's a compliance issue from the regulator. Hiyo barua imeandikwa na SASRA. So to allow this continuity, if you bring another new person again, then it means we start afresh. In a kind of way, members, this is what I'm asking. If you consider, me from my seat, I think he has done a very good job. So please, can we give him time? Please.
Member number 106354, Isaac Kongo. I propose that we continue with Creston for the purposes of continuity, and secondly, for the reason that they proposed that the dividends be prorated. I think that's a very fair idea. So we continue with them.
Okay, thank you. So you have seconded. Okay, thank you. Let us proceed to the next agenda. The next agenda is agenda on borrowing power. It's good to highlight that just the way the supervisory chair, the CEO's report, and the chair's speech highlighted about the issue of deposit. We regard to mobilize a lot of deposits such that we do not go and borrow. If you can check on our financials, to make up our loan from Cooperative Bank, our own book from Cooperative Bank is 99, almost 96 million. And at the end of the month, tunalipaka na ile interest. We would request that the borrowing power, we get an approval for the borrowing power such that there is no member who will request for a loan, and there is no member who has ever requested for a loan, anapata hakuna pesa. And also likewise to the same, we would also urge you, bring a lot of deposit to us. Tusikupe loan, uende uweke pesa Equity ama banki ingine. We have improved our software. We are able to withdraw the money through M-Pesa. And with that view, bring a lot of deposits. And if you bring a lot of deposits, we shall not go and borrow. Let us get a proposal and a seconder for the board to be given a borrowing power, to retain a borrowing power. A proposal and a seconder. Our borrowing power is, per the last time, it was Kenya shillings 200 million. We would urge this honorable AGM to retain the same. Na tujakopa pesa yenye imekaribia hiyo 200 million. Proposal? Mwangalie huko nje. Yes, there is Adi here. Mr. Waweru.
Member number 11801, Karen Jambi. I propose for the board to retain the borrowing power.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Seconder, in regard to the same. turenda mundu wa go second ati board kana society iheo kindu gitagwo borrowing power. Borrowing power na gikuyu ni riri kuhotithia in case mumemba ngikorwo akienda runi ndakayukorwo ni akatia ni uyu ni borrowing power.
Member number 191, I second.
Seconded by Mr. Kahio, member 191. Still on the same total borrowing power. I hope the team on online hybrid meeting will understand this. Because we have attracted members from different communities. I hope you will agree with this. We shall also require a solution to resolve that, to charge the Sacco security as a collateral for cheaper borrowing. Na nindenda kuhighlight hau Cusco kuria turakombaga matiatwitagia security maroiga times 2 ya kiria twinakio. Wathi Cooperative Bank kana any other financial institution, they require a tangible security iga to the same. Otoria na ithue mumeba agioka gukomba aikorwo na roni rwa milioni 1 na wina shares ya 350 no nginya otoe security wethe mumeba ku guarantee wethe oturehe title deed kana orehe otuhe kindu gitoro gubuku ko ni tukwenda o mumeba ato proposal na tugioke wa go second athinto ahe mandate ya ko to secure with the property we are having in Delhi Siguna 1510. Mic holder, secure the microphone. Proposer. Yes, there is a hand there near the speaker.
I want to propose for the same, John Gaido, member number 312.
312, Mr. Gaido John. Seconder, in regard to the same. Mudu, a second.
John Guillermo Gai, member number 211, 749, I second.
So, thank you. Yes, you would like to add something in regard to the same?
Tuende kwa page number 47. Number 13, the fourth item, which is COP collateral. COP collateral stands at 13,550,000. Tunaiona hapo. Number 13 on page number 47. Item number 1 to number 4. COP collateral. 13,550. So you can see that. Cooperative Bank, the loan that you have on 96 million, or the teacher security, tangible, lakini wanatuambia tuweke nini? Pesa. Tunajaribu kuattract pesa ya kuwapatia, lakini wanatuambia tuweke nini? Pesa. So, na hii pesa iko na incremental every month. So it becomes a very expensive affair. And that's why the treasurer is saying, and the bond are saying, you allow us to have, to charge the collateral in Delhi. The good thing of charging the collateral is that at least you attract a loan at maybe 1% or less, or actually 1% per month, and still lend you at a very lower rate. Because I know some of our loans ziko juu, si ndio? Na tunajaribu kuona vile tunaweza leta hiyo loans, hizo rates tunalipa chini kidogo. Na the only reason tunaweza chukua kuleta hizo loans interest rates chini kidogo ni tukiweza kuattract pesa yenu ambayo ni savings, na when tunaona demand imekuwa kubwa, we can borrow again at a cheaper rate, ndio tuweze kuwapatia the same rate without increasing your interest rates on loans. So it's very important to understand the reasons of this, and that is actually the dire reason as to why the bond is really thinking of you members and seeing the economic times that are coming, and actually the rates that you are paying, how can we subsidize those rates for you? So that's the noble idea.
Thank you, Bonasio. The next one is I'm on the part of resolution. Before I take you through the budget for this year, go to page number 53. We have gotten the resolution to retain the current bond report to have 200 million. We have the next one, branch expansion as per the strategic plan. The society ni koragwo na kindu gitagwo strategic plan, ndungiukira muthenya umwe ugio kuruta biashara o no nginya regulator na ministry no gio ko ina mpagilio wa gubanga maundu. In our strategic plan tugite atiriri, we shall open some branches, either a satellite branch niguo tukote gukorwo tugikinyira members aige no twende na tugithigo tukiandikira regulator. If you write a letter to the regulator in regard to the same, we require an AGM solution. Did you notify the AGM? Did the members agree and give a consent for you to expand your another branch? We require the AGM. If they see that it is a noble idea, let us get a blessing in regard to the same. We do feasibility study. We see on when. Na tutuiga ati tukome higura mwaka uyu. No higuro ginya next year. Lazima tuwe na mpangilio wa mane. You must show there is what we call need of growth to reach out the members in large numbers. Let us get a proposal and a seconder in regard to the same. Proposal. Wagari mpaka nje pia. Yes, there is a hat there at the back.
Salome Wajiro Rose, member number 317197, I propose.
Thank you. Seconder. Seconding the same of branch expansion as per the strategic plan.
Anne Wanjiko, 10900. I second.
10900 and Wanjiko. Let us go to the next agenda. Still on page number 3. Let us go to page number 3. We are on agenda number 7. We have finalized agenda number 8. Agenda for 2025 budget approval. In the booklet we are having, okay, maybe before I present the budget, the MC has guided me. We have an officer from the Ministry of Cooperative and the Directorate of Kiambu County. We have Mr. Kamau with us. Mr. Kamau is the project coordinator in a project called NAV CDP. And kwa sababu kuna AGM ingine anaenda, because most of the circles are really having AGM on Saturdays and Fridays, nataka tusikie kama NRS, because it's a project of donors, whether the Kiambu County will do something in regard to our farmers who are members of NRS. Maybe umepewa check na Wamatangi. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
The chairperson, the board, CEO na watu wako wa kazi. Unanitengenezea karuto. So thank you. And the CEO and the cooperative officer na members. Habari zenu? Mko sawa? Tuongee lugha gani? Nasikia lugha inakanganya hapa chairperson. Kiswahili. Sawa. I'll mix, eh? Anyway, Pole for disturbing your arranging your program, but I'm rushing somewhere. And also my apologies for coming late. My name is Anthony Kamau. Professionally, I'm a cooperative officer. But nimekopeshwa. The director who was here is our boss. And it's for your information is that cooperative department iliingizwa kwa Ministry of Agriculture at the Kiambu County. So we work at the larger agriculture department, as is our the directorate. Katika hiyo kazi nikakopeshwa, nikanyang'anywa kwa kina Susan. Susan is your cooperative officer, tunafanya kazi inafanana. Nikakopeshwa nikaenda kwa mradi wa agriculture. So as I speak to you, I'm not the coordinator, Bwana Kariuki. I'm not the coordinator. There is a coordinator anaitwa Madam Joan. She sits at Vika and I help her. My designation is that I'm in the project, I'm the agriculture finance officer. Kazi yangu ni kuleta SACCOs into the project. Sasa hii project ni gani? Si ndio, si tuelewe hiyo project. So we have a project that has been funded by World Bank, inaitwa NAV CDP, ama National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project. The project has got three donors. The first donor is the World Bank, the National Bank, and the county government. So, and it is working within 33 counties in the country. And Kiambu is one of the beneficiaries. The good thing about it is that in Kiambu, we are working in all the wards, because the project is ward-based. Tunaingia kwa ward inaitwaje na Kiswahili bwana MC? Inaitwa wilaya, inaitwaje? Wadi. Yeah, kuna mwalimu hapa. So Kiambu tuko na 60 wards. In Kikuyu we have got how many? 5 of them. So in Kikuyu we are in all the wards. We are in Sigona, we are in Nachu, we are also in Hapa Kikuyu. Which is the other one, Susan? Kino and Karai. I was forgetting. Thank you, and Karai. So specifically the reason as to why I'm here is because of the Kino ward. We were able to select you, this SACCO, to partner with the project at Kino ward. Because the rest of the wards, there were other SACCOs, zenye hatutataja, leo tunataja NRS, sababu NRS ndio yetu, si ndio? So we talk about ours. So how are we working? The project is supporting 5 value chains. The value chain ni ukulima. Wakulima wa aina 5. Mkulima wa kahawa, mkulima wa ng'ombe ya maziwa, mkulima wa kuku yote. Ndio tunaita chicken. So whether it's broiler, whether it's any chicken, ama ni kienyeji ile tunaita ken what? Improved. Then tuko na mkulima wa ndizi, that is banana, up there in Gatundu and some part of Kiambu. And then the other one is avocado. So in parachichi. Parachichi. It's a very upcoming fruit. So in Kikuyu tunashughulikia wakulima wa gani? Avocado, ng'ombe maziwa na kuku. So how are we handling that? We are doing it through groups. So what we are encouraging, hapo mbeleni project ilikuwa inaleta pesa, inapelekea kwa mkulima, alafu wanashikana kama kikundi, wanafanya investment in one of the members' premises. Kwa mfano, hapa tunashika pesa tunapeleka kwa chair lady. Chair lady ni mkulima wa ng'ombe, tunatengeneza mashine ya kusiaga chakula ya ng'ombe, lakini that installment is done at somebody's premises. So after the project imeisha, hiyo mali yote inabaki ya huo mkulima, si ndio? Akifunga mlango, si amefukuza kila mtu. The other issue was we were helping in the previous project, we were helping farmers na kuwaonyesha kulima. So we used to get some model farming. Tunashika mkulima mmoja, tunatengeneza zizi ya kuku. Ni zizi ama ni boma? Boma ya kuku, na tunaweka kuku kule, lakini za watu wengi. Halafu tukarealize that ukiweka hiyo investment kwa mtu binafsi, halafu wao wengine na yeye anaweka kando. Sasa kama kunakuwa na calamity, kuku zinakufa. Zinakufa ni gani? Ni za project zinakufa. Zinazifanyi vizuri ni za project. So we had a situation down here. Hii Kikuyu yenyu iko na mambo mazuri, mengine mabaya. So tukaenda kwa mkulima mmoja, tukaweka kuku kule na tukaendelea naye, akaweka zizi yake hapo ya kuku. Eventually what happened is that kuku za project hizo zinakufa, and the worst thing was we realized hizo kuku hazikuwa zinakufa mara moja, zinakufa mara mingi. Ni kama, lakini unajua tuko kwa hii dunia yetu ya Kenya, unakuta mtu anafufuka, anafanya uchaguzi, anakufa tena. Unakumbuka you had that story. So we realized that mtu anakuja anasema kuku za project zimekufa, anazichukua, anaambiwa aende akatupe, hatupi, anachukua zingine anaweka kwa zizi yake. A very bad scenario. So what did we decide? This project decided that it will approach farmers at individual level. How? Hakuna pesa itapatiwa mkulima. Pesa monyo. Hakuna. What we are giving out is masomo. Na tunaita technology, technology innovation management practices. So we will gather these farmers in the groups, in the value chain ya avocado, value chain ya kuku and the dairy, and then we will teach them how to farm better. So tunasema kilimo biashara. Then when you teach them how to do it better, we also encourage them to save some money. So they have to be able to have some biashara, and then they are saving money. So our issue was to ensure which Sacco they will save. So in Kino, we have selected NRS. So how did we select NRS? I want to talk now about the selection. Before we were able to establish these as the SACCOs, we did something we called mapping and grading. Hii ni kujiuliza hizi SACCOs ziko wapi, na zinafanya kazi gani, na ziko na uwezo gani. So we sent our youth, tulichukua vijana kutoka wards, na tukawapatia kazi kuingia kwa every SACCOs so that they are able to establish how they are doing. So when we did that, we were able to do something we called grading. Grading inamaanisha kuweka SACCO katika grade. We were to grade these SACCOs in grade A, B, C and D. Na project ya World Bank iko imetuambia utumie zile SACCOs ziko grade A, B and C. Ziko D waende wakatafute kazi ya kufukua nini? KDF. So we did that, and in Kiambu I want to do this a lot of pride. Na hii naambia Madam Chair, maybe I have never announced it to your members. We had SACCOs in grade B and grade C and several in grade D. We only had one SACCO that was in grade A. Mnajua ni gani? Members, it was NRS. Tuipigie makofi. We were not looking at how much you have. Sababu, if you look at the financial muscle, tutakuwa tukifanya kitu inaitwa discrimination. We were looking at some parameters kama kitu inaitwa governance, compliance na utaratibu. And I want to assure you, mimi hata nilikuwa nashika hizo results na uliza NRS kweli? Sababu mimi naijua kutoka miaka ya kina Karaoke naona unaendelea na kazi vizuri. And I want to say this, that NRS has gone through transitions. Bwana CEO, sijui kama kuna mtu anakupatianga kitu inaitwa historical memory ya the SACCO. AJM anaijua, mumetoka mbali sana. I've been a cooperative officer in Limuru, nilikuwa nakuja kuangalia mambo ya Kikuyu, and I know. Na pia mimi ni mkaazi wa hapa, naona jirani yangu pale. Naona hata yeye amekuwa na white hair kama mimi. Now, the NRS was able to be selected na ikapata grade A, and we were able to use it. Now, how are we now integrating the SACCO and the project? We want you, as a SACCO, to incorporate members from Kino ward, and they become members of NRS. What we have is a list of our members. Wenye farmers. We are using mtu anaitwa ama Ward Agriculture Officer. Ofisi yake iko huku. Ama na tunatumia mtu anaitwa SCIT ama Sub-County Agriculture Officer. In that committee at the sub-county level, Susan is also part of that committee. And at Kiambu yote, I use her as somebody anaitwa POE. ama panel of experts. In mambo ya cooperatives sitaweza kuingia kwa all the wards. So she helps me, so she understands the project nicely. Now, kuna groups tunaita CIG, ama common interest groups. So if you go to Kino, sisi tume cluster our farmers in those groups. And they are there, the details are there, and we are able to meet them, and we are able to sit down with them to train them. So those are the members we want you to incorporate waingie kwa Sacco as members. Then after that, we look at your loan demand, how much they will need as loan. So we have got two types of grants. Tunapeana pesa mara mbili. Na hii nitasema kwa uhakika tumetenga. Hii si kasongo iko. So we have got 180 million for the first phase that you are giving to SACCOs across the county. How are the SACCOs getting this money? Kwa ile SACCO tumeselect yenye haina nguvu, tunaipatia pesa ya kuanzisha ofisi, kuajiri mtu kwa mwaka mzima na kurent ofisi kwa mwaka mzima, na tunawaletea computers. We make that office stand and operational. But for SACCOs that already have offices, we are not putting that money because they already have the strength and the muscle to serve our members. So we've given some money to SACCOs that kama hapa Kikuyu, huku Chigona na nini, kuna SACCOs tumesaidia za wakulima, tunazisaidia hiyo maneno. So NRS tunakutana katika fund tunaita matching grant. Matching grant, it is to match the demand of our farmers wenye tumekuletea for their loans. But one of the qualifications for that SACCO to qualify ni kuonyesha whether they have demand for that money. I have looked at your books of accounts. Naona kama members deposit, naona mko na 572 million. Nimeuliza cooperative officer nani, hiyo ni pesa bwana CEO inclusive of the withdrawable deposits. Is it so? And then your loan demand is 554. Apparently hata saa hii nasikia mnakopa pesa. That means there is demand for funding here. So that one you qualify. Because tulienda SACCO ingine wanasema tupatie pesa, tupatie wakulima. Tunawaambia tupatie ni vitabu zenu. Unakuta they have got 20 million members deposit and the loans they have given out there is 12 million. So they have got 8 million that is lying idle. They have invested it in Cusco, in CIC and other places. So they have not been able to circulate the lending. But here, if I look and we sit down, we are able to see that there is demand because you're also borrowing from out there. And the good thing about loans zetu, the loans that the loans that we will give you with the money that we give you to give the farmers, C loan, it is a grant. So the demand yenye uko nayo tunaleta pesa tunaweka kwa NRS. Lakini hiyo inakuwa ni kama revolving fund. So how will we ensure that this money remains in the SACCO? My work will be kuangalia kama hiyo pesa itakuwa ikilipwa. Ikilipwa, I will never come back for that money. It will remain as capital in the SACCO. Yes. So at the end of the day, tutakuwa tumesaidia that ward, the farmers or the community, by giving them money or capital to do their farming through a credible institution, and we did the selection. So we are able to look for the credible institutions. Now, there is a form that we need to fill in to request for that money, and I had forwarded it to your cooperative officer. I'll come to the office so that we can look at other eligibility terms. Kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza, we need to have our farmers as members. I know we will go to Keno, wakulima kule, they are members of the NRS, but we need to establish whom they are so that we are able now to match their demand and the form and the request. So sitaki kuongea mingi. That is in a nutshell. Hivyo ndivyo tunafanya kazi. I'm not talking about interest rates sababu we are not giving any loan. It's a grant, and I'm requesting the office, Madam Chair, kindly let's our farmers benefit because that money is there, and actually this money is being given on demand in terms of hatujasema ni kiwango gani utapata. Wewe kuja tunaanza na 3 million inachukuliwa inalipwa some other wards kama haziitishi pesa. We want to bring all the money to Kiambu sababu inasemekana we are in 33 wards That money is being given by the World Bank to the national. So if, as we don't absorb that amount, it will go to other wards. First of all, it will miss our sub-county, iende kwa the other sub-county, eventually iende to the other county. So mimi najua nilisema hii maneno na nikapotea kidogo wana JM, lakini imefika sasa kilele hiyo maneno, tushikane so that we are able to help our farmers. All in all, I want to congratulate you NRS from deepest. I'm very humbled sababu mmetoka mbali sana wana madam chair. Na tafadhali kuna pale nilienda nikasikia ati Mgema akisifiwa tembo kutia maji. Sasa achana hata na maji, hata tembo msitengeneze. Msitengeneze tembo ati tukunye maji, si ndio? So that we are able to serve these farmers. I'm looking at the awards. I used to be the one who was giving awards, Mimi ndio nilikuwa na Susan ananiambia kama ningekuwa kwa hiyo committee hizi zote ningepeleka Limuru sababu mimi najua kuvuruta kwa watu wangu. Sasa I'm not pulling for any sub county. I'm pulling for Kiambu. Pesa itoke huko ikuje Kiambu. Na ndio tuendelee. So congratulations, you have even gone further. You have been awarded by the national. I think nimemaliza. Mungu awabariki sana.
Oh, thank you, Bwana Kamau. And I think you have explained properly, but it's also good. Ulipotea kidogo. Tukujie pesa dini. The forms, the CEO has filled them. And is for your office to ensure that they do due diligence, which I know we qualify, such that we are able to assist our members who are farmers within NRS, who deal with dairy farming, who do the farming of avocado, parachichi, and also the poultry farming. Na najua tutakuita kikao ndio wape masomo vilivyo. Let us go back to the agenda. We were on page number 3, agenda for the 2025 budget approval. Let us go to the last page of the booklet. The last page of the booklet, page number 54. Let us go to page number 54. I will take you through the budget. At each and every AGM, the board should present to the AGM the budget for the financial year. I will not go through each and every figure. I'll go through the totals which are there. And on page number 54, we have what we call interest income. At the interest income, we are proposing this financial year to make a total income through interest from loans of 169,100,000. In the books that has been presented today, our books reads 134,264,825. At the interest expenses, interest on fixed deposit, we have budgeted 6,000. Total net interest income, we have budgeted a total of 163,100,000. Let us go to the non-funded income. The non-funded income, those are the voted, the foster service fee, baggage check commission, statement fee, mobile banking, over-the-counter withdrawal, lease income, security evaluation fee, M-Pesa income, and account maintenance fee. We are intending to get 19,800,000. If you add the net interest income of 163, add 19,800,000, we have a vision to make a total revenue of 182,900,000 against an actual in our books that has been presented today. Our total revenue as at 31st December was 140,584,456. Let us go to the next page. The next page is the operational cost. And I'm very happy. There's a member who has asked there outside that matumizi iko juu. And I want to explain. I'll explain as I go through the budget. Under the finance, the operating cost, we have what we call finance cost. The loan interest, we are budgeting 17 million. Mobile bank charges, 350,000. Mobile banking expenses, 900,000. The total finance cost is, we have budgeted 18,250,000 against 16,508,084. Let us go to asset impairment. At asset impairment cost, this is where you find depreciation of each and every asset. Provision for depreciation, we have budgeted 8 million. Provision for loss on investment, you have budgeted 6 million. We have also budgeted credit impairment charges for provision of loan loss of 10 million, a total impairment cost of 24 million. The next one is marketing, public relation and cost, public relation cost. We have to do marketing. We have to do public relations and advertisement. The total cost budget as per the budget for marketing and public relations is Kenya shillings 3,300,000 against 2,047,719. This is what is in the audited book. Let us go to personnel expenditure. At the personnel expenditure, this is where we are able to cater for the cost of our members of staff. At the end of the month, we have to pay them salaries and wages. We have budgeted salaries and wages of 26 million. Against a total actual of 20,851,562. We have budgeted for casual labor and overtime, house allowances, NSSF. We have to comply with the regulations of the government, that is NITA, National Industrial Training Authority, responsibility, education to staff, provident fund, gratuity, acting allowance, leave allowance, other staff expenses. We also have another item we never budgeted, that is for housing level, and also the bonus. Total personnel expenditure or expenses, you are budgeted for 1,530,000 against an actual figure of 29,752,884. Let us go to the administration cost. Other administration expenses, we have to cater for water and electricity, generator repair and maintenance for the building, repair and maintenance for office furniture, motor vehicle software, networking and interlinking, computer peripherals, printing and stationery cleaning expenses. All those expenses, including rent and leads, debt correction, security, legal charges, consultancy, traveling and subsistence, audit expenses, licenses and CRB, deposit levy. You have to pay deposit levy to the regulator, insurance, team building, and also we have the income tax, but income tax will be as a result of what we have really made as an income within the institution, and also product expenses. I'll go through the total. The total administration expense, we have budgeted for 24,050,000 against an actual of 35,610,309. Let us go to the next page. This is where you find the governance expenses. Under the governance expenses, you find the board of directors sitting allowances, operation expense, committee education, members education, maybe in case of review of bylaw, honoraria, board retirement, committee running expense, and expense in regard to the AGM and if there may be any special general meeting. A total governance expense of 11,200,000. We have also budgeted for the capital expenditure. At the capital expenditure, we have budgeted for branch expansions, innovations, 1 million. ICT, this is information. The ICT department, we have budgeted 4.5. Furniture and equipment, building, pro development, signages, motor vehicle, and we had voted for the generator, though all our branches have got power backups, all of them. We have exhausted that. So we are able to do, members are able to access their branches seamlessly because we have generators. Total expenditure, if you check on operation cost, the finance cost, marketing, administration, and also the governance expense, you'll get a total expenditure of 142,330,000 against an actual total expenditure as what the auditor has presented today of 112,170,472. After deducting the income, the total revenue of 182 raised the total expenditure of 142, which is also a budgetary item. The board is seeing it possible to make a net operating surplus for the year, for the financial year 2025, an operating surplus of 40,570,000 against an actual of 28,413,984. The reason why the budget has to be presented is for the board to be given what they require in terms of the day-to-day planning of the institution. We have to ensure that loan appraisals has to be done. We have to ensure that salaries and wages has to be catered. We have to pay for the power, electricity. We have to budget for the money and for the amount to do the AGM, members' education, and the like. That's why the budget is presented, for us to be able to ensure that the same shall be presented to the regulator and also to the ministry to ensure that there is things has to be done the right way in terms of governance. And with that view, for us to attract questions on the budget, I would request this AGM to give us a proposal and a seconder for the budget for the financial year 2025. Yes, there is a hand there. Mr. Waweru.
And as I support whatever, I propose, there is this marketing that I can talk about. The marketing is, the money you are giving to the marketers, people who are marketing our bank, is very low. It's between 2 million and 3 million. And if you see the other packages are very high. So what you can, even when you are going around Kikuyu or these environs, you can see people marketing from these small banks and whatever the chama. But when you are seeing these people going around these chamas, there are very many. You ask them, where do you come from? Some say you are from Gong, the others say from the Muru, and even from Narok you can see them. But you see now this budget you are giving the people who are marketing our banks. Hapo lazima tuangalie vizuri. Marketing kwa bank iko very slow. Kuongea ukweli iko very slow. Kwa sababu hata hiyo hesabu mahali imefika, kama marketing is not enough, how are we going to hook the customers there?
Okay.
So that one you have to check.
Okay, well noted, Bonapasin. Put on the mic. Put the mic on. It is well noted, Bonapasin. Pasin has proposed with amendments that anasema pesa marketing ni kidogo, ni changamoto kwa board. But let me answer this way. Even if we have budgeted 3 million, even last year, just go to the figure for marketing. We budgeted 3.5, but we managed to at least to utilize 2 million on marketing. Tunajaribu kufanya marketing in one way or another, and it is true that we cannot maybe budget like 5 million for marketing, but we use the necessary mechanism because right now we have an able department responsible for marketing. Lazima, they must ensure that they go along the branches to ensure that it is in order, but tunaona hii 3 million, we shall work with it such that we do not strain at least the income that we are really getting, but we shall try to do our best in terms of marketing. You had proposed, let us get a seconder, Bwana Kahio.
Yes, I'm seconding the same, and I was also going with the same concern. Marketing should be very serious because at the end of the day, you want more members. There are also members who also left the Sacco. Marketing can also reach them to find out what exactly happened so that they come back. The final thing about it is that you need to be more visible. Even in my village, the mother branch, Delhi, there are people who still don't know there is NRS DT Sacco, unfortunately, and it's still there on the road. Not because they want to ignore, but because the marketing has not been sufficient enough, so that the efficiency of the marketing has to be in the sufficiency. So if you're not actually moving about telling people that that is actually a bank, it is not just another store for sukuma wiki or anything, then people will not really know what you're doing there. No matter how beautiful you make the branch, unless people are moving out, even the Duthi people, there are still people who are not members of the Sacco, and they are still seeing the Sacco, they are seeing the beauty. So do something about the marketing, not just the money, but also let us having about doing the marketing. Okay. Other circles are coming, and they are even setting up branches all over Sigona. How about our circle? Let's do something about it.
Well noted, Bonakahiu. We take it positively, and it shall be looked at by the board. Let us, we have gotten a proposal and a seconder. I may welcome any question. At least we can pick two or three questions.
Good. My fellow CPA. Now, we cannot keep on proposing and seconding each and everything. We are learned daughters and sons of this land. I took a brief look at your budget, and I want to take you to a quick page. That is page 54.
Page number? Guide us on the page number. Page number 4.
Yeah. Under personnel expenditure. I think I had a very quick look at that, of which I don't think I took other notes, but I took a note on the personnel expenditure. Under personnel expenditure, your actuals for 2024 were 29,752,884. Now, my question is, my fellow CPA, you have budgeted for 41,530,000,000. That is an increase of a margin of 12 million and above. What is the value addition in this? And if members keep on proposing this, hiyo 12 million itatumika tu. So, please, wakati mnasikia kupropose na kusecond, muangalie mahesabu, muangalie vizuri, because wakati mwepropose, mnapatia wale watu kwa ofisi nguvu ya kutumia hizo pesa. We are not opening any branches, we are not recruiting any new staff. So, Mr. Karaoke,
yes.
Hii milioni 12 unataka kutumiaje in 2025?
Okay. Yes, okay. We shall respond to that. See you. Uja ujibu hiyo. I'll also assist you. You got to the same.
Members. Dire muthomi muno no he andu ndirona jagiriwo ni kwari ndi memba namba 170 na njitagwo Julius Karanja wa Kariuki. Haha ugu handikitwo governance and expenses no nie ndahata tondu he maundu ndirona makiririti muno haha treasurer ngakiona board of directors operation expenses gona ni milioni 1,800,000 gathiaga gakora committee running expenses gakora ni milioni 1 na haria naho hena board of directors sitting allowance riu gona maundu mau tamara korwo tamara milioni umwe gona hihi kuongererwo maundu maya makompairwo matue kindu kimwe hihi expenses icio no cinyihagie hau niho ndaiga ngirore.
Another question such that you are able to answer 3 of them.
Good afternoon. Naitwa Steven, member number 11620, Wangige branch. Concern yangu ni budget na actual. Nikiangalia budget yenye ilikuwa 2023, though hatuna actual ya 2023 hapa kucompare, na niangalie budget ya 2024 na kile tulipata hiyo 2024, our budget yetu inakaa ni kama iko juu sana, lakini tunapata pesa kidogo, na hiyo ndio itakuja kuaffect our dividends, kwa sababu wakati umetuambia ya kwamba tutapata milioni 182, and then end of the year mtuambie tulipata milioni 150, na ile expenditure mlipanga kulingana na milioni 182. Kwa sasa hivi tutakuwa tukiexpect ya kwamba dividend yenye tumepata 2024, end of 2025 tutapata dividend iko juu, kwa sababu ile income ambayo mmebudget hapa iko juu. Swali ni je, mikakati gani ambayo mmeweka in place ya kumake sure at least hata kama hatutafikia 182 tutafika 180, lakini sio hapa mlibudget 175 tukapata 140, less 35 million. So hii mwaka 140 kufika 82, difference ni 42 million. Kuna possibility gani tutapata hiyo 42 million?
Let us respond to those ones first, then we allow another maybe one or two.
I want to start with the last one. For member number Stephen, you talked about the budget deficit for the year 2024, and majorly attribute the budget as a Sacco. Our main business, or where we get money from, tunazipata kutoka kwa loans. Tuko pamoja? Utupatie deposits zenu, tuwapatie loans, we make business on those loans, tupate interest, tuwarudishia kama nini? Rebates and dividends. Now, when we have a deal line, EV, we expect them to get 200 million of deposit in the year. We get 100. We have a deficit of 100. Isn't it kweli? I'm using it as an example. We expect deposit of the 200 million, we get 100 million. You already created a deficit of 100. This forces the bond to do something we call external borrowing. The external borrowing I'm talking of is internal borrowing from you as members through fixed deposits, and externally borrowing from banks. Tuko pamoja? This borrowing comes at an expense twice. Because if you got this money from you members, you should have returned what is called what? Rebates or interest on deposits. But this you are giving back interest on deposits and still paying finance cost in terms of interest on loans and interest on fixed deposits. So what are you doing this year in terms of this budget deficit? You are saying, yes, we understand our membership might not be able to fund the book as you intend. So what do you want to do in the resolutions that we gave you? One of the resolutions that we gave you was allow us to borrow cheaper loan by actually charging a security. By borrowing cheaper loans means the finance cost goes down and you are able to give more loans without fear of growing the finance cost. So this bridges the gap of finance expenses in Chini. So the 17 million that has been in the finance cost, hiyo inakuwa hakuna. Then we have more money to lend to you. So meaning the funded income also grows. So this bridges that gap. And this is why you are getting the deficit. Actually, this is my discussion with the board. Every board meeting that we're having, that kindly allow me more money to be able to sustain the demand that I'm getting from you. And the good thing, there are so many things that are being done to increase this. Other things apart from now getting money from you to lend, we are improving on what you are calling non-funded income. Non-funded income ni nini? Tuseme hamjaomba loan yote, we don't get any profit. We cannot get profit that we anticipate, but kini we can grow other things like cash withdrawals. Wewe utumie fursa yako. Wakati tunatumia fursa yako, tunapatanga 110 on transactions, ndio? So this is tunasema we increase on our fursa usage so that we get that small amount if you multiply out the number of transactions that you're using, it grows our other operating income. So like last year we made 20 million on our operating income. We intend to grow that 20 million to around 60 or 70 million. Covering the deficit when we have a great month that mwezi wa pili watu wakuomba loans, lakini as wakuomba loans tuliweza kusukuma hiyo pesa kwingine tukapata income ya to close that deficit. So that is the strategy that the board has taken on towards that. And I hope Kevin hiyo nimejibu vizuri. Salary increment. If you go to the regulatory concerns, because that is one of the issues that are really made the board push on increment on the salaries or the salary budget. It is page number 31. Page number 31, the auditor didn't explain it, expound on this. But if you look at number 3 on the regulatory concerns by the regulator, one of the aspects of non-compliance was non-compliance with the labor laws. We as a Sacco don't intend to be non-compliant on labor laws, but we have a government that we are running in. And this government came in and increased on what? Housing levy, ikaenda juu, si ndio? NSSF ikaenda juu. SHA ikakuwa one of the aspects. So you find that if you are being paid 40,000, that 40,000 ikitolewa, of course every person is being paid as a time you borrow a loan from the Sacco, si ndio? Or from wherever you're borrowing. That rule, unless you are being forced to return to clear that loan, you cannot sustain. So other loans going to below the expected. So what the wise thing that the management would have done is say, look at how the disposable income of that members of staff is going to be affected positively. Because if you don't affect it positively, they will exit. And of course, over the year, you have seen some exit because of such occurrences. And you don't want to have trained a staff, and then at the end of 6 months, amenda, because of something that we can arrest. So on this aspect, the board factored in on those changes in the government regulations in terms of taxes. And equally, if you look at the resolutions of today, we have a branch expansion to that effect. So this branch expansion, of course, we intend to also recruit members of staff. And on personal expenses, again, I want to reiterate that you can have staff that are qualified, but things are changing daily. And on changes on things daily, you need what we call regular trainings. And these regular trainings, of course, come at a cost. You incur, then you reclaim it back from NITA. So this has to have a budget allocation, and this budget allocation might not be used in full, or can be used in full. But you have an estimate of how much you intend to use in that specific period. The other one is on from Julius Karanja on governance. When I look at governance, I touch it. 1, the directors. 2, the membership. In my speech, I was clear about giving education to you members. Because I know when I have an educated member or an empowered member financially, I'm able to meet what? To be able to transact and reduce the default that I'm looking at. So one of the clear way of really arresting some of the challenges that we're having is having an educated member. An educated member is making sure they are empowered knowledgeably to be able to know when I borrow a loan, I need to return this loan, this amount. When I need to borrow a loan, I need to have a purpose of this loan. And you have to invest on training new members. So that's number 1. Number 2, of course, most of our directors in terms of allowances that they normally get. Directors are paying, I think, 3,600. For them, it's like a CSR. Because if you ask, like now, the chair moves from Karen to Kikuyu, fuels a car, you pay her 3,600. In this economy, surely it is not make sense. You have to really have economical sense on the return. As you go and spend for the Sacco at free, because hakuna gari utafura 3,600. So this again, the board director sat down and see we can improve something of the directors in terms of their allowable expenses. At least if not paying them, reimbursing what they have used to come to do your business that you have erected them to do. So CPA from outside, I think the personnel is well explained, and I think Julius I've also enlightened on the governance expense correctly. And a good example, looking at the budget for 2024 that was given, we have been keen to see that at least, yes, we have a budget of governance of 11,800,000, but the actuals that have been used are not 10 about that 11 million. They actually half of that budget that has been allocated. So it is even kudos to the treasurer for making sure that that compliance is not being abused. So I think,
okay. Thank you. I will attract one more question for the budget. Kuna mkono iko pale nyuma, and it has been raised severally. Give him a chance to hear something. Mike holder, kindly.
Hello. Sauti sana. My name is Wycliffe Mudhui, member number 13909. One, I want to congratulate the management of the Sacco, because if you are listening to the news, kuna Sacco nyingi zimefungwa na yetu inaendelea mzuri. Nimefurahi na nashukuru, and I think we should thank and tunapaswa tuwashukuru kwa hiyo. Now I want to come on marketing and expansion kidogo tu. Nimeona kuna mzee ameongea kuhusu the budget you have put. I was just thinking and proposing, can we encourage word of mouth? It is one of the best ways of marketing. Na naona kwamba as when you bring a member unapewa 300. Naona ni pesa kidogo. Can we allocate more money on that? We see whether word of mouth can work and we bring many members. Because if I bring one member na kuja lete pesa mzuri na ulitoa tu 300, unaona members sometimes are discouraged, inafanya hiyo kazi yote. If there was good money, unaweka watu kwa gari wengi, unaleta hapo, unakuja unawaambia Sacco zinaanguka mali kwingine. Si ni kweli? Hata kukija una members kama 4, at least kama ni pesa nzuri unaweza fuel your car and bring them wakuja wasikize. It can be good. Can you encourage word of mouth? Na hiyo pesa 300 naona ni kidogo. 2, can we also exploit, because of technology, digital marketing? Sijui kama tume-exploit properly digital marketing. Nowadays watu wanafanya digital than a lot of printing. Working and doing everything else is good. But if we can embrace digital marketing, it can help us a lot to expand. Now nimemaliza marketing, nakuja panda expansion. Nimesikia we are proposing a branch. Nimeona kwamba if I see our 4 branches, nimeziona zote. We have 5, sorry. We have targeted one region. Na si baya, ni mzuri maybe. But can we, how comes even up to now we do not have a branch in Thika, and the Thika is really growing? If we can have a branch in Thika, it can be good. Also, with the time, let's think of, kuna area completely not covered. I know we may not cover everything within shorter period, but town has never been covered. Saccos inaanguka. If we can have one branch in town, Islands I know completely hatujakanyanga, but maybe with the time tutakanyanga. But for now, if we can have Thika, it can help. We need to expand and check our region how we are marketing, because ukiangalia hii tume target, unless tulisema to target one region peke yake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It will be responded. See you respond that one.
My good friend Bwana Mudhui, thank you so much for that question, and I really appreciate for the insight given. You know very well about our county Kiambu. So mnajua Metropolitan Sacco? Si tunaijua? Ilienda chini na 13 billion worth of members fund. That is something that I believe is in the public domain. Who are the members who are being served by Metropolitan Sacco? They are purely teachers. Tuko pamoja? Kiambu saizi, there is no Sacco that is serving teachers as a niche. Hakuna. Saccos that are coming to serve teachers in Kiambu are coming from Murang'a and Tara Sacco in Nyandarua. So the board, in cognizance of that, what they have done quickly is so that they are seeing something is being brought up towards what? Changing that dynamic and making, actually taking advantage of that open market. Kitu ya kwanza, we have approached the government to getting the public servant code. Ya kuweza kuchukua nini? Check off. tumepata public servant code. Hiyo we even clap for ourselves. Hiyo tushapata. So saa hizi we can give salaries to all the civil servants for the government. So what we are working keenly to do to also get is the TSC code, so that we are able also to take advantage of that market that is not tapped by NRS Sacco in Kiambu. And we also are at an advanced stage of getting that TSC code. So that's what we are saying as a board, we are diversifying our membership. Secondly, most of our membership are drawn from farmers and business people. And that is the biggest risk this institution has currently. Do you know why? When the government is affecting the business in terms of what you are calling the taxes, it is affecting the business people firsthand. You find that they were paying 1 million per month, but now they have gone down to 100,000. They were getting deposit from farmers over the 200,000, but now it is not happening because of the government changes. So what we want to diffuse that concentration of the business and the farmers' membership, to even bringing in the salaried TSC, other government employees to SACCO, so at least we can have a diversity in terms of what? Membership and revenue. On marketing, last year we set up a department called Digital Marketing Department. I think the guy here is the one ending that department, Bonanatemo. But also we are onboarding more on this department, so at least instead of spending more on the older marketing methods, which were kusumukana na shop to shop, we also have another avenue of attracting the market that are, especially the young people. Today, they won't listen to your campaigns, but they will be more on social media. So we are tapping on that market niche to see how we are also onboarding those people. So the spending is very noted from the members who have raised the issue of the budget that is allocated, and I believe the board also is cognizant of that, and we intend to increase on the marketing budget so as at least we reach all the members within our branch and outside the branch. The only branch in our hand that is a cosmopolitan, I think, is Kikuyu. And I can tell you as a CEO, the most business I get from the Sacco comes from Kikuyu branch. What that tells me is that I need to invest more on cosmopolitan areas in terms of branch network. And it's good that you're bringing up the issue of VICA. We've done a management, as management in-house, we have done a feasibility standard, and we're intending to push this to you. Once gotten the approval or a solution to have an extra branch, we are looking at Ruiro and Rongai and also VICA. So at the three and then the feasibility standard, then the board designs on one. This is to increase also the membership that we have in terms of the business people, since it's our major portfolio. So Wanamudui, I really agree with you, and I think the board is also hearing on this. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bona CEO. If there is no other question, I'll hand over the mic to our MC for the day. Can you want to say something? Maybe the... Let's, yes.
I heard that we are only paying for one branch. So how come we are still having 3,500,000? Maybe you explain, I understand, together with the other members.
Come again, which one?
The issue of rents and rates.
Okay, the 3.5.
3.5.
Okay.
Maybe you explain, we understand.
Okay. Maybe, if I may explain, maybe I see the CEO. And what is usually done, we have taken lease for our head office, Kikuyu. We have taken lease for Kino. Kino, we pay 25,000. I'll go direct to figures, such that you see the matching cost with regard to that vote hand. Kikuyu, we pay almost 163,000. Kino, we pay 60,000. No, 25,000. Dairy, we pay 23,000. And Dagoretti, we pay 60,000. We pay, our rent is 277,000. And what the board did to ensure we are able to camp the issue of rent. A question raised by member from Wangige, member number 1100. in relation to the Sigona 1510. We have managed to ensure that even if we are paying 277,000, we are correcting a rent of 310,000 per month. Previously, that car wash 2 years ago or 1 year ago, because occupancy started in November last year, it was charged 25,000. The other plot was charged 25,000. So what we did, the board saw it fit to ensure that let us invest in, even if it is not permanent buildings, whereby we are able to cater for the voted for rent. Meaning, if the lease to the tenants whom we have given remain tenable, it means that the society will no longer ditch from its core business out of the interest paid from the loan to go and pay an extra expense in terms of rent. So kiona ni wega handu ha kurihaga mbico 277 tuko twina investment haria mugunda-ini wa Nderi na rio the me mundu agikorwo akigere hau barabara iyo ya guthikari none twina nyumba business shops turakomborithia hau na hau thutha bado he mundu ungi bado ukomborete na hena broti ingi tukomborithitie na hau thutha iria ciratuhe almost 310,000 to cater for this. To handu ha kwamba kuoya milioni 70 na me milioni 7 tutingĩambĩrĩria mũmemba savete ile tiguo. The regulator and the ministry and Susan is here will not agree. So we will set aside some small money to fund this, then come out for approval. So the money we had set aside for last year and the other year, because to again development here, not tatuhana tatuina building ito, todo ready that royale. It's going to there. It's called interledger transfer. Oroya haha muko oyo owekera muko orekoge. Toa control ya 277 na toa ogiri magana matatu. I think Mr. Kayo, I have answered that.
Yes. On the rates, we have 2 properties. One property in Derry that is on a freehold. But where our branch is in Iwangige, it is a leasehold. So we normally pay what is called land rates to be compliant. So if you look at the calculations of actuals of last year, if you do 277 times 12 is around 3.2, but what we are doing is 3.277, meaning the addition from the rates Oangige. So I think that's very clear also.
Okay. If no other question, I'll hand over the mic to our MC for the day. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for the various moderators who's come in to demystify and also answer to the queries that have been asked by our members. At this point, I would want to ask that we welcome Susan, the sub-county officer, to take us to the third quarter of the elections. And also, I would also maybe remind us that we have marked the directions towards our utility rooms, which is on my left, should you wish to use them. Susan, karibu.
Thank you, JM. Good afternoon, members. Before I go to elections, I've highlighted a few things that I've noted during the meeting, and I would want to talk about the construction ya Nderi na nitaongea na Kikuyu ni undu wa mama ucio kuritie kiuria kiu. Nyambire na kuga atiriri, bodi tikurega maregete gukorwo magiaka complex, because it would be a very good thing ya Nderi nigetha uria kwatuika visibility, but hena mawatho makorwo maigitwo maria mangi affect muno at this point. Tungiuga ni guthondeka the plaza ya NRS. One of them watho ukoragwo ukiuga atiriri, angikorwo Sacco in a project, a capital intensive, members have to forego interest on deposit. Kumaanisha atiriri, mwisho wa mwaka hatire bia cigacoka muhuko-ini wanyu ta investors. Ntonyitana hau. Koguo makerwo atiriri ni regulator. No muhaka o make reserves kana maige bia kado so that they construct that plaza without affecting members' money, either deposit or otherwise. So the plan is ongoing, and with time it will come to pass. Ohoro cio ngene kugate, given that nimuona na the reason why kamauma haha ati akoni ni gwari ohoro wa NRS CDP hakoro hena mundu ungi from outside, from World Bank, nigetha okay akorwo akiri ohoro wa NRS CDP, because you have gained recognition, you have become visible as NRS, and that gives me much joy. Todo antwadi emesema ndio, I'm also being recognized, sindio? So thank you very much. Na goria farmers or the agikondo yandikithĩtie thĩinĩ wa gĩkundi okorwo wa ng'ombe etha andũ arĩa me thĩinĩ wa ng'ombe mwĩyandĩkithie gĩkundi kĩu gĩa CIG, so that tondũ CIG icio cigũkorwo cikĩmũrũgamĩrĩra inyuĩ gũkorwo mũkĩoya marũni macio, na marũni macio the revolving fund, na nĩmwaigua mbia icio gũtirĩ kũndũ cigathiĩ nĩ kũheo mũraheo. So let us take this opportunity, tondũ nĩmwaigua mbia icio ciarega gũka NRS ithe cigũthiĩ kũndũ kũngĩ. Yes, please let us take that initiative and visit the office. Another thing is that just to say that it's obvious chama chafanya nini mwalimu chajiuza. So thank you very much, members. So when I come to elections, I want to talk about the vetting process or the application process. And in NRS we have an election policy that states that nigetha ukorwo na githurano hindi ya AGM no muhaka andu ma apply na application iko handwritten. You have to give ukorwo hiane ID yaku, academic testimonials, imshoe matathi maku ma shukuru or your qualifications, uhiane statement ya shares, statement ya deposits yaku, and also you're going to fill a nomination form iko your office. The minimum share capital you want to 15,000. The minimum share deposit ni 300,000, and a member must be active na dakoro a defaulter, dakoro in arrears. The other thing is that you're supposed to meet the bylaws requirements that are very simple and they're universal, that you're supposed to be 18 years and above, dakoro niwewa dita NRS, and dakoro niwewa huodhe ni wa mawatho ma Kenya, niwewa kuhudhira biashara mwingi uru. And another thing, you have to be of sane minds and you should know how to read and write in English. Sawa sawa. So when the notice was given out, na niweno yaheanirwo mweri 28 February, and the timeline was given up to 13th March. But unfortunately, members, apart from the people who are still in those positions, no one else applied. Meaning that every candidate from, the candidate from Kikuyu Dagoretti, I'm going to request Madam Chair to come in front. We have Nderi Zone, the representative, the board member, to come in front. And then we have Kikuyu, and also we have Kino, Supervisory Committee member. These are the only people who applied and are qualified to be in those positions. So members, since there is no competition, I'm going to request that we confirm the people in front of me today to serve in the year 2025 for the next 3 years as your board representatives. So I'm going to ask for a proposer and a seconder for Joyce. This is Joyce. Joyce serves in in the credit committee and represents. So can we get people from the zone that Joyce represents to propose and second that she continue serving you in the board? Yeah, people from Kikuyu, sorry, yeah, Kikuyu zone. I would request 2 members to propose and second that Joyce continue serving in the board and also in the credit committee.
Member number 10560, I propose.
Name?
Susan Monike.
Thank you, Susan. Seconder?
Ruth Wanjuku Mashada, member number 1048, I second that.
Thank you. Joyce, congratulations. For Kikuyu Dagoretti, we have our current chair lady. Kindly, can we have a proposer and a seconder? Members from Dagoretti and Kikuyu.
I propose Madam Chair to be member of the board.
Member 1100, thank you. Congratulations, Madam Chair. Thank you. The next zone we have is Fonderi, where we have Mr. Kamweti. And Deri zone? Yes, we have 2 hands at the back.
Abazeni, my name is Peter Chega Waidira, that 141, I propose.
Okay, member number 40. I second.
Sorry? Stephen Kiari. Asante. Mr. Kamweti, congratulations. Now, apart from the board having to be under 1/3 rotation also, in the supervisory committee, we also do the 1/3 rotation. And we have Madam Catherine, who is the chair currently for supervisory committee. Kindly, can we have a proposer and a seconder to that effect? People from Keno branch.
Grace Mongai, 9174.
Thank you, Grace. A seconder?
Member number 10088. I second.
Your name, please.
Kadoni.
Okay, thank you, members. I would want to take this opportunity to congratulate every one of you for being given this opportunity to continue serving members of NRS. And I hope the growth that is there that you are seeing will continue with your support. I usually tell Madam Chair to come and welcome the new members of the board. I don't know that right now I'm supposed to do what because she's one to be welcomed. So I'm going to welcome Madam Chair, say congratulations, and also you can welcome the others to the board.
Thank you so much, members, for your trust in me. And I would now take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Peter Kamweti to the board. And I will also take this opportunity to welcome Joyce Mashada back to the board. Congratulations, Joyce. I also take this opportunity to welcome our chair, Supervisory. She did a good job. Karibu sana. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
For me, members, just to say thank you for honoring to come and participate in your AGM, and also to wish you a fruitful remaining part of the year. Na mbarikiwe sana. JM.
We are almost finishing. I'll take you through on page number 3 at the last agenda for today's business. The agenda number 10 on the order of the business for today. I will read on page number 3, number 10, any other business of which notice has been given to the society at least 14 days before the date of the meeting. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight to the AGM that the board has not received any communication in form of a notice of any issue, maybe pertaining maybe any member or anything in regard to the board that needs to be addressed at today's meeting. So there is no any other business that has been communicated. In that view, before I call the MC of the day to invite the person who will give the vote of thanks, I would like to highlight that the board saw it necessary. We are not able to prepare a physical lunch, but we have really improved. The board has really improved. We are giving an envelope. Hiyo bahasha ni vizuri. Last time there's a member mwenye alisema hiyo shilingi 300 yenye inawekagwa ni kidogo. The board highlighted and we saw it necessary. We shall give you 500 shillings, and in future we shall still try. And out of the total members who have attended today's meeting, our attendance today is 400 members. We have another 500 members who are online, ICT. We have more than 500 members who are online, but we usually give lunch to a physical member who has attended the AGM. Today's AGM was highly attended. We have 400 members who have attended the meeting. Thank you very much. And also, you maintain the card. Unaona ile card yenye mmepewa ukiingia pale. Today in today's meeting hakuna kusign mahali because you have initially signed in that book. So as you get the envelope for the lunch, you surrender the card at the branch manager or at the entry level for the card to be presented to the necessary department for accountability purposes. Thank you very much.
Nina swali bwana manager au chairman kuhusu kitu naitwa share capital. Mimi sijapata dividends ya hiyo share capital, na ya pili ningetaka kuuza hiyo shares.
Okay, thank you very much. I will respond. Dividend, today you have declared interest on deposits and dividend. They will be in your account or before first. Meaning check your account. That question is administrative. Go to the office of the CEO, and I think he will advise you on the way forward in regard to that. So, tunaziwekaga kwa that dividend account. Even this year, each and every account, we shall deposit them in your dividend account. Unajua kuko na FOSA account. We have another GL for the dividend account. Ukienda pale kwa cashier ma customer care, sema unataka kuangaliwa dividend zako, utapata zimeshawekwa pale, and we also receive messages in regard to the same. Thank you.
Hebu sijui kama hukunisikia sawa sawa ama pengine sikueleza sawa sawa.
Yes.
Kwa wakati huu mimi si contribute, lakini niko hapa kwa hiyo capital shares.
Yes.
Na nilienda hapa pale nikaambiwa nije kwa mkutano ili niseme hawa maneno yangu, na nikamuuliza tangu sikuwa mwanachama pesa zangu dividend sinaenda wapi? Akaniambia ati sinakulwa. inakulwa na kitu kinaitwa sijui account.
Bwana CEO kuja. Yes. You'll get the statement and it is administrative. Come to the office of the CEO and on Monday you will be assisted by the branch manager and the CEO amicably in regard to the same. Na ni vizuri tumesikia unataka kuziuza. I think the CEO you have highlighted that.
Habari zenu members. Nao kuna hiyo member ameongea juu ya pesa zake zimekulwa. One, the communication I don't think was very, haikuwa mzuri kuambia member hivyo ikiwa yeye uko staff ambaye alienda akamwambia hivyo. The other way, ungekuja kwa ofisi ya CEO, then of course ama manager wako umuulize, mbona mimi nilikuwa na share capital kidogo na hasina kitu nalipo hata shilingi 2, si ndio? Nao hapo tutaweza kuangalia, tuko na mitambo mizuri sana, tunaangalia watu pesa zao kutoka hata miaka 10. Tunakuangalilia vizuri utaratibu, halafu tunakuambia hii ndio ilifanyika, hii ndio ifanyika. Ndio mtu asiseme Sacco ama NRS inakula pesa zao. Kitu kingine, ikiwa hiyo pesa yako ni kidogo, let's say tuseme share capital yako ni 1000. Tuseme ulipwe 8%. Nani ataniambia how much you earn as dividends? Mahesabu tu. What is 8% of the 1000? Ngapi? 8 shillings. So 8 shillings ndio halafu itoe 5% na serikali. Serikali lazima ikule 5%. So unapata hiyo, it's about like 70 something shillings. That money then, there is also the maintaining of that account. Sasa imebaki gani? Sinaona. So hata ikiwa ulitoka, tafadhali endelea kuweka share capital at least. Si ndio? Ndio sasa hata ikiwa hukopi loan, at least utakuwa unapata dividends. I think hiyo ndio naweza sema.
Thank you, Beatrice, for that explanation. Sasa tumefika tamati ya mkutano wetu, and I would want to ask both the person who is giving the vote of thanks, Joyce, and also Mr. Mbote to be ready. What I would want to highlight is that I would want to be guided on the redemption of the voucher, on how we are going about it. On preparations, please CEO come and guide the members, so that at the time we are leaving, we are well guided.
Good afternoon. You present your voucher, you get an envelope. We'll have. I'm saying we present the voucher to the people who will be giving the envelope. You'll get your envelope. Tutakuwa wengi tunapeana, so that you don't queue.
So to my understanding is that once we are done, tutatoka nje, tutawapata mpanga laini, tunapatiana voucher, tunapewa bahasha. Thank you. Today, what I take home is not only a challenge, but I'm more motivated by the members who are given various gifts here, that indeed, we can always do more and participate in Sacco activities by taking more loans, by saving more, because actually what I've seen that the Sacco is appreciating us as members, irrespective of the branches that we come from. Because I've seen a member getting some gift from Dagoretti, which is our youngest branch, which I ordinarily have thought maybe Kikuyu would have taken the bigger share. But thank you for being, for adopting diversity. At this point, I would want to invite Joyce to come and give us a vote of thanks. And once done, Mr. Mbote, please be ready with the closing prayers. Mr. Mbote does very good prayers in Swahili. Please, thank you very much, Mr. Mbote, for that. Thank you very much. My name is Ajaye Mawero. I was today your MC, and on the Sacco, I serve in the capacity of the Vice Chair. And thank you very much.
our board chair, sub-counted cooperative officer, Madam Susan, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. My mandate here is to give or to pass the vote of thanks, and I want to say, where the Spirit of God prevails, everything goes smoothly. So we have done it. So we are going to give the vote of thanks, first of all, to the Almighty God, who has enabled us to be here this day. The day was mentioned at the planning, arrangements were done, but God made it to happen. Our able chair, Madam Ruth, who has been working tirelessly towards the goodwill of this circle, receive our thanks. The other thanks goes to the circle management led by our able CEO, Mr. Maige, and his team, the staff and supporting staff, feel appreciated. Our director of Cooperative, who has already left in absentia, Madam Janet, sub-county cooperative, Madam Susan, and our agricultural advisor who has left, we thank you so much. Honorable members who are the key pillars of the circle, those who are here physically and those who are following us virtually, feel appreciated. Our MC, Mr. Moini, who is also our vice chair, feel appreciated. And finally, everyone else who has made this meeting a success, and you have not been mentioned, you are included, including our auditors who have left. Thank you so much. God bless you, and have a nice Easter holiday. And thank you very much.
Ningetaka nichukue fursa hii sasa. Tumefika tamati ya mkutano wetu wa leo. Tuna furaha kwa sababu tulipoanza mwaka huu hatukuwa tunaona kama kuna mafanikio, lakini kwa Mwenyezi Mungu tumeweza kusimamisha ushirika wetu na ukanawili kulingana na mapenzi yake. Na kwa sababu hiyo ningetaka hata nasi tunapoenda nyumbani tuwe tunaombea ushirika wetu. Tunajua ni mashirika mengi ambayo ilianguka, lakini wetu uliweza kusimama kwa sababu ya bidii ya wale watu ambao mumewapatia kazi ya kulinda na kutunza ushirika wetu. Ningetaka sasa tutulie ndio tuweze kuomba. Tunaomba. Baba wetu wa mbinguni, uliyetamalaki kote duniani, twasogea mbele ya kiti chako cha enzi alasiri ya leo, tukiwa tunanyenyekea kwa sababu tumeona baraka zako, tumeona mkono wako Bwana ukitulinda. Tulipoanza safari ukaanza nasi, na sasa umetuelekeza mpaka tumefika kilele cha mwaka uliopita. Tunajikabidhi mikononi mwako Bwana, tayari matarajio ya mwaka mpya. Uweze kutembea nasi, utulinde, tuongoze katika biashara zetu, kazi zile zote ambazo tunafanya, ili tuweze kuinua na kushikana pamoja, kwa sababu umoja ni nguvu. Tunaomba Mungu, tunapofua nanga tukielekea nyumbani, enda na kila mmoja wetu, tulinde. Tunajua kazi zote za ibilisi zaweza kuzambaratisha kazi yako na njia zetu na biashara zetu, lakini tuna imani ya kwamba tunapokutegemea Mungu utatuinua kama wajumbe wepesi, na utulinde na utuongoze, kwa sababu wewe ni Mungu mkuu. Tusamehe yale yote ambayo tumesema ama tumenena, hata zile fikira ambazo tulikuwa nazo tulipoanza mkutano, ya kwamba kama hatuna kazi nzuri tumefanya. tukijua ya kwamba kuna mashirika mengine yalianguka, lakini letu limesimama kwa sababu ya uwezo wako. Haya yote tunakurudishia shukrani, tukijua utaendelea kutubariki kwa kila njia, na kazi zetu zitakuwa ni baraka katika maisha yetu. Bariki kila mmoja wetu, bariki kazi zetu. Haya yote tumeomba tukiamini yewe ni Mungu, hata unajibu yale ambayo hatujasema. Na katika jina la Yesu Kristo aliye Bwana tumeomba na kutoa shukurani. Tushikane zote kwa kusema the grace of Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Barikieni.